Hello everyone, I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from, and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Ghost's Trail. Chapter 1. The First Victim. The cold sea breeze crept through the cracks in the window of Inspector Thomas Devereux's office. Blackwater's gray sky with its heavy clouds promised rain, but the storm had not yet arrived. The seaside town had always had that gloomy air, as if the ocean itself had something to hide. The days at Blackwater passed slowly, immersed in routine, and Devereux, a man marked by years of work in the police, had grown accustomed to that disturbing calm. But that morning, something was different. The phone rang earlier than expected, its shrill tone breaking the silence and alerting the inspector that it would not be an ordinary day. The voice of the officer on the other end of the line was deep, almost trembling. "We have a body, Inspector. It has been found on the cliffs near the beach. The best thing is that he comes quickly." Devereux frowned. In Blackwater, bodies did not appear frequently, and even less so in that place, where the wind and waves were the only witnesses. "I am going there," he said, hanging up without waiting for an answer. He put on his leather jacket and went out into the fog-soaked streets. The humid air was an unsettling omen that kept hovering around his mind. When he arrived at the beach, the scene that greeted him was even more disturbing than he imagined. Police had cordoned off the area, and a small group of officers were already at the scene, staring in bewilderment at the body lying in the sand. The woman, probably in her 30s, had no visible signs of life. Her body was covered with the pallor of death, and her eyes, empty, reflected the impotence of her fate. Devereux stepped over, his professional instincts immediately awakening. Something didn't add up. The body was not simply lying around. It was arranged in a way, meticulous. The first thing he noticed were the marks on the woman's skin. Strange symbols, neatly carved, as if someone had used a sharp tool to etch them into his flesh. They were not random marks. They were patterns, geometric figures that formed a complex design, as if it were a message. The inspector examined the scene more closely, almost feeling the weight of these symbols on his skin. What did they mean? The woman did not appear to have been killed in the same place where she was found. The signs of dragging on the sand suggested that it had been brought there from some other point, a premeditated, planned murder. "When did you find her?" asked Devereux to the nearest agent, a young man who did not yet seem to have experience with such puzzling cases. The officer swallowed before replying. "A fisherman saw it first thing in the morning, sir. Was there, among the rocks, near the shore. He couldn't do anything when he saw her, but he called the police immediately." Devereux nodded, looking out over the sea and nearby cliffs, thinking about what might have happened. The thought that someone had moved the body to that point only increased the feeling of discomfort in his chest. As forensics arrived, Devereux crouched near the corpse, watching every detail. The woman had been brutally beaten. Her face was disfigured, unrecognizable, as if the blows had sought not only to kill her, but to erase her completely. In the distance, the inspector saw one of the forensic experts pick up a small object from the ground. He approached and saw that it was a cloth bag, tiny, with a white powder inside. It seemed harmless to the naked eye, but Devereux felt that the scene was far from it. The dust shone dimly, almost as if it had a life of its own. The coroner looked at him silently and dropped the bag into an evidence box. The inspector didn't say anything, but his mind was already working at full speed. That dust, that strange glow, wasn't something you saw every day at a crime scene. I knew that something dark was hidden behind this murder. Over the years, Devereux had dealt with many violent deaths, but something about this one gave him the feeling that he was onto something much bigger. An unsolved crime, yes, but not just any one. It seemed to have deep roots, as if it was linked to something that had been waiting a long time to emerge. "What do we have here?" asked Devereaux, as he watched forensics proceed with their work. Something that tells us who it was. But forensics could only point to the fact that the woman had no identification. No bag, no mobile phone. The clothes were cheap, almost torn, which seemed to indicate that they were not someone from the city. Everything seems to indicate that he is not from here, said one of the forensic experts, as he continued with his analysis. This is not a common murder, Inspector. As Devereaux walked around the scene, staring at the marks on the victim's skin, a shiver ran down his spine. It was not only the way the body had been left, but also the feeling that something was not right in the air. The wind blew harder, as if the sea had something to say. This is far from a simple homicide, he muttered to himself. A sense of unease began to wash over him, as if he was somehow being watched from the shadows. As the police began to pick up the evidence, a feeling of helplessness took hold of Devereaux. The case was taking a dark turn, but there was something else that troubled him deeply. The feeling that this crime was not isolated, but part of something bigger. Something that had been waiting patiently in the shadows. Something that only now began to reveal his face. The city of Blackwater, in its apparent calm, was about to face an ancient evil, and Inspector Devereaux couldn't help but wonder if he was prepared for what was coming. With the corpse finally covered, Devereaux walked away from the scene. I couldn't stop thinking about the marks, the dust, the feeling that ran through her skin. The case was far from over, but something in his instinct told him that the mystery he had just discovered would not be solved by conventional methods. Something darker was at play, and Devereaux, though cynical and exhausted from years of work, could not ignore what his mind was telling him. The shadow of an ancient cult had begun to rise, and the first sacrifice had already been made. Chapter 2. The Traces of Witchcraft. The news of the woman's murder had spread rapidly through Blackwater, and the air in the city had become thicker, laden with an unsettling sensation. Devereaux, accustomed to instances of violence, couldn't help but feel that something deeply strange was happening. That same afternoon, after the preliminary autopsy, forensics reported that they had found traces of a white powder in the victim's nostrils, suggesting that he had inhaled something before he died. That information only increased the confusion of the inspector, who could not find a logical explanation. The worst thing was the feeling that this woman's death was not an isolated act, but a link in a larger and much darker chain. White powder was not common. After sending a sample to the forensic lab, Devereaux waited for hours that seemed like forever. In the meantime, he continued his investigations around the city, looking for any clues that might connect the woman to a local resident. However, he soon realized that his search was in vain. No one seemed to recognize her, not even among those who frequented the beach. The feeling that something was being carefully concealed grew stronger. The answer finally came by phone the next morning. The powder was a rare mixture, composed of a substance found in ancient black magic rituals. And the most disturbing thing was that its composition matched records of witchcraft from the region. The lab report confirmed that, somehow, the powder was not only used in dark rituals, but also appeared to have hallucinogenic properties. There were documented cases in local history that spoke of secret cults, but until that time, these stories had always been considered baseless superstitions. The mention of a powder with that origin led Devereaux to a puzzling conclusion. The murder was not only related to a crime, but to something much older, something that had been latent, waiting for the right moment to return. And now, it seemed that that moment had come. In his search for answers, Devereaux made his way to the city library, a place that had been his refuge for many years, where he had found some of the few records about Blackwater that still existed. The library was old, dusty, and rarely visited by residents. In the darkest corner, beneath piles of forgotten books, Devereaux found an ancient leather-bound tome, which told of a cult that practiced witchcraft in the region during the 17th century. In its yellowed pages, the inspector read about dark rituals meant to summon demons. The mention of the name Uro was repeated over and over again, but it was always crossed out, as if someone had wanted to hide it. The cult of which these records spoke seemed to be the same one that Devereaux had begun to investigate. In the stories, Uriel was described as a primal demon, a being capable of granting absolute power to those who submitted to his will. Throughout the pages, Devereaux found more and more references to human sacrifices, especially to young women, made to open a portal to the other world, a portal that, according to legends, would remain closed for centuries until the time for its revival arrived. The hairs on the back of the inspector's neck stood on end as he read those words. Not only did the cult exist, but, based on what I was seeing, something in Blackwater had awakened. Traces of witchcraft began to take shape. The dust, the symbols on the victim's skin, the fact that she was a young woman without identification. Everything pointed to the fact that this murder was not just a massacre, but a ritual sacrifice. The key piece in this puzzle was Uriel, and Devereaux couldn't shake the feeling that something related to that demon was about to happen. For the first time in his career, he began to wonder if he was really facing something that surpassed any logical or scientific explanation. He was on dangerous ground, and he felt that every step he took brought him closer to an abyss from which he could not escape. Desperate for more information, Devereaux decided to consult the only person in Blackwater who seemed to know anything about those ancient cults. A man who had been in town since before his birth, the elder Samuel Croft, known to be the last member of a family who had been in Blackwater for generations. Croft lived in isolation in a cabin near the woods, secluded from the community. Devereaux had heard rumors about him. They said that he was talking about things that no one understood, about legends, about magic, and about an inexplicable connection to the city's dark past. The encounter was strange from the beginning. Croft, a frail-looking man but with eyes full of unsettling wisdom, welcomed Devereaux into his home without surprise. "You already knew you were coming, didn't you?" Croft said in a whisper, as the inspector sat in a wooden chair, surrounded by shelves filled with dusty books. "The wind told me last night." The inspector, though skeptical, couldn't help but feel a twinge of distrust. "I've found something in the records," Devereaux began, but Croft raised his hand, interrupting him. "You don't need to say it. I know what you are looking for." The old man stared at him. The cult of Uriel never disappeared. It was only hidden. Croft explained that the cult had been very active in the region centuries earlier, but over time it spread, and its followers began to operate in the shadows, away from the sight of the people. According to him, those who practiced the dark magic of Uriel could influence people's will and, over time, access an ancestral power that granted them immortality. Devereaux listened silently, taking in every word, but as the revelations mounted, his disbelief grew as well. However, something in Croft's tone told him that the man wasn't lying, that he knew more than he seemed. When Devereaux mentioned the name of the murdered woman, Croft stared at him, and for a moment, fear seemed to reflect in his eyes. "The sacrifice has begun," he murmured, "and what's coming is something much worse than you can imagine." With a shudder in his chest, Devereaux understood that the case wasn't just about the murders. The cult of Uriel was not waiting for the inspector to discover them. He had already done so, and his actions had a much greater purpose: to open the portal to the resurgence of the demon. Back in his office, Devereaux sat down at his desk, looking at the reports and evidence he had gathered. The feeling of despair began to take hold of him. He knew that the city of Blackwater was caught in a deadly game, and that the shadows of witchcraft and black magic stretched farther than he had imagined. That woman's sacrifice had been only the first. Something much darker was about to happen, and Devereaux couldn't help but wonder if he himself would be the next victim. Chapter 3. Shadows of the past. Devereaux's face reflected in the foggy glass of his office, like a specter watching the chaos he was in. Each day he spent at Blackwater brought him closer to a truth he dreaded deeply. The stories I had found about the cult of Ural were not mere legends. There was a force hiding under the shadows of the city, waiting to be released. What troubled him most was that old Samuel Croft seemed to know much more than he had hinted at, and something in his words haunted him. The sacrifice has begun. The inspector felt that he was on the edge of an abyss that he could not avoid. The case seemed to be moving at breakneck speed, but the clues remained scattered fragments, like pieces of a puzzle that he had not yet managed to put together. He decided to return to the scene of the crime, looking for any details that might have escaped him on his first visit. The beach, with its thick fog and the roar of the waves beating against the rocks, was deserted. Despite the cold, Devereaux felt that the air was charged with something else. A sense of foreboding enveloped him, as if the earth itself were alive, breathing and waiting for something. The inspector crouched near the marks in the sand, noting the symbols etched into the victim's skin. Despite the advanced decomposition, the lines that formed the symbols remained intact. Devereaux's eyes narrowed as he noticed something he hadn't seen before. Inside one of the symbols was a small opening, as if it were incomplete, a detail that went unnoticed in his first analysis, but now seemed a crucial clue. It was as if the symbols not only represented a spell, but were designed for a specific purpose, a purpose that was beyond human comprehension. At that moment, the wind seemed to stop. The fog thickened even more, and Devereaux felt a chill run down his spine. As he got up to leave, something in his pocket began to vibrate. The mobile phone. It was a call I didn't expect. "Inspector Devereaux," said a deep voice on the other end of the line. "He has to come to the hospital. There is something that must see." The voice sounded urgent, fearful, as if the person on the other end knew what was at stake, but didn't dare say it. Suddenly, the connection was cut. Devereaux did not hesitate. He ran to his car and headed for the hospital. On arrival, he was greeted by Dr. Jameson, a tall, serious man, whose face normally showed a professional expression, but who was pale and tense that morning. "What's wrong?" asked Devereaux as he walked into the hospital. Jameson soon took him to the basement, an emergency area where several people had been isolated. One of the agents who was at the scene of the crime began to show strange signs. Pain, high fever, and changes in their behavior, he explained. Devereaux frowned. "What kind of changes?" The doctor hesitated. "He became aggressive, almost possessive, and strangely he began to murmur words that we do not understand, things about the return of Uruel." The inspector stopped in his tracks, a wave of disbelief and horror engulfing him. The officer's words echoed in his head. Uruel. Devereaux had heard that name so many times in the past few days that he couldn't ignore it anymore. I knew it couldn't be a coincidence. Something bigger was happening in Blackwater, and it seemed to be related to that ancient demon. Upon arriving at the room where the agent was, Devereaux carefully observed the man, who was lying on a bed, sweaty and with his eyes bulging. The agent's face was twisted with palpable fear, and his words were nothing more than broken whispers. "The sacrifice. It's already complete," the agent shouted, as he tried to free himself from the restraints that kept him in bed. His body shook with convulsions, and his eyes filled with terror. Devereaux couldn't understand how a simple police officer had come to know such specific details about the cult. Was he under some kind of influence? Or had he been marked by something beyond his control? The agent's murmurs about the sacrifice and Uruel began to form an image in Devereaux's mind. This was not a simple murderer, but part of something much bigger and older. Suddenly, the agent fell silent, his eyes fixed on something Devereaux couldn't see. "He is coming. The return has begun," he murmured, before his body became inert. Devereaux's heart skipped a beat. The officer had died instantly, but his words still resonated in his mind. The return of Uruel. Those words confirmed what he already feared. Not only was the cult trying to resurrect a demon, but somehow it had already done so, though not in the way it imagined. with the officer's body in the ward, Devereaux left the hospital with a new urgency. We had to act quickly. The inspector felt time slipping through his fingers, as if it were all part of a carefully orchestrated plan by forces beyond his comprehension. He returned to the police station, where he checked the reports again. What he found in those records made him shudder. The murders had not only been ritual, each death was connected by a pattern, and in that pattern was a date, a specific day on the calendar, in which the cycle would be completed and the portal would open definitively. As Devereaux analyzed the notes on his desk, he realized that the woman's sacrifice, the deceased agent, and possibly many other people were part of a macabre game. Ural's return would not be something that could be easily stopped. And worst of all, Devereaux was caught in the middle, not knowing if his fate had already been sealed, or if there was still some way to prevent the demon's arrival. That same night, Devereaux visited Samuel Croft's former home again, knowing he needed more answers. Croft, with his piercing gaze and strange knowledge of Blackwater's past, might hold the key to stopping the demon's resurgence. But when he arrived, he found the door ajar. He went in without knocking, only to find the house empty. However, on the floor, in the middle of the room, there was something that left him cold. An ancient spell book, covered in dust and with symbols that Devereaux recognized immediately. Urul was closer than he imagined, and the cult, perhaps, had already won. Chapter 4. An inexplicable bond. Devereaux couldn't stop thinking about the book he'd found in Samuel Croft's house. The ancient tome of spells, its crumbling and dust-covered pages, told him of a connection that went beyond physical evidence. He knew that what he had discovered was not only a vestige of a forgotten past, but a hint that the cult of Ural had been operating in the shadows, manipulating the threads of life in Blackwater for generations. But the deeper he delved into his research, the more he realized that there was a personal aspect to all this, a link that involved him more directly than he ever imagined. On revisiting the pages of the book, Devereaux noticed that many of the references to rituals and sacrifices were marked with an unsettling note in the margin. At first he thought it was just the delusional writing of a madman, but then he realized that the name that was repeated in the margins was hers, Thomas Devereaux. It couldn't be his surname. A coincidence in the context of such an ancient text was meant nothing, but the feeling that something was very wrong grew within him. How could it be that his name was related to something so dark and macabre? The inspector recalled the conversation with Croft, where the old man had mentioned that the cult never disappeared, it was only hidden. What if, somehow, his own family was involved? The questions began to form one after another, and with each one, Devereaux felt that he was getting closer to the edge of an abyss from which he could not return. He decided that he should trace the origins of his surname. He knew his family had been at Blackwater for generations, but he hadn't delved too deeply into their history. Maybe it was time to do it. He went to the town records office the next day. There, among yellowed papers and dusty files, he found what he was looking for, a dossier dating back more than 100 years on a Devereaux family that had played an important role in the early days of Blackwater. However, what really made him stop was the surname that was linked to his ancestral line, Lazarus Devereaux, the same name that was marked in the ancient texts of the spellbook. Lazarus. It was impossible for it to be just a coincidence. The connection between him and that name was made of invisible yet powerful threads. The investigation revealed that Lazarus Devereaux had been a prominent figure in Blackwater's history during the 19th century, a successful merchant who had fallen from grace due to his alleged connection to dark rituals and witchcraft practices. The record spoke of how his family had been persecuted and ostracized, but his link to the cults was never fully explained. The most alarming news was that in the last days of his life, Lazarus had mysteriously disappeared, just after a series of strange incidents in the city. No one ever found his body. The next day, Devereaux decided to visit the local cemetery. an ancient and forgotten piece of land where the Devereaux seemed to have been buried over the years. As we walked between the graves, the wind blew strongly, lifting dry leaves from nearby trees. The atmosphere was gloomy, and the atmosphere, in spite of the daylight, seemed heavy, as if the very shadows of the place were rising against it. Upon finding Lazarus's tomb, a shiver ran down his spine. The tombstone was covered in moss, almost hidden, but what puzzled him most were the symbols engraved in the marble. They were the same symbols he had seen on the murder victims, the same ones he had found in the spell book. The connection was taking shape, and Devereaux could no longer ignore it. The tomb of Lazarus Devereaux was not just a simple rest for a dead man. It seemed, in some way, like a marker, an anchor that tied the Devereaux family's past to the dark and macabre present that was unfolding at Blackwater. The inspector couldn't help but feel observed. A strange feeling of pressure in his chest forced him to turn around suddenly. In the distance, he saw a hooded man watching him from behind a tree. Before I could approach or ask him any questions, the man disappeared into the thick fog of the cemetery, as if he had never been there. The thought that his family was being watched by something far beyond human comprehension tormented him even more. As he returned to his car, Devereaux felt the weight of mystery take over his mind. Was it possible that his family had played a role in creating or maintaining that dark cult? How could he be a part of something so sinister, something so completely out of his control? However, something inside him was telling him that this was the truth he had to face. He could no longer ignore the link between his last name and the horrors that were unfolding in Blackwater. Guilt, fear, and confusion were intermingled in his mind as he drove back to the police station. That night, Devereaux couldn't sleep. The image of Lazarus' tomb haunted him, and the name Devereaux was no longer familiar to him. It was no longer just a surname he wore with pride, but a mark that connected him to a bloody and terrifying story. He wondered if he had ever been able to escape this family curse, but he soon understood that there was no way out, that his fate was already sealed. If he truly wished to stop Uriel's resurgence, he had to understand his own past, no matter what that meant. The next morning, he decided to speak with the local sheriff, Sam McConnell, a man who had worked with him for years, but who had always kept a safe distance when it came to certain issues. Devereaux showed him the photo of Lazarus's grave and told him about his family. McConnell at first was puzzled, but when he saw the symbols on the grave, his face became grave. "I never thought the time would come," McConnell said quietly. "I always believed that that part of history had been buried forever." Then he revealed something Devereaux didn't expect to hear. In his investigations, McConnell had found information about an ancient pact between the Devereaux and the cult of Uriel, a pact made generations ago. Devereaux felt the ground beneath his feet shake. A pact? What did that imply? Had his family sealed a deal with dark forces, condemning future generations to be puppets of a demonic cult? Everything he had learned up to that point had left him on the verge of despair, but now he knew he had to act quickly. Time was against him, and something told him that the next victim could be someone much closer to him. Their daughter, Sophie. Chapter 5. The cult is revealed. The air in Blackwater seemed denser, charged with an unsettling energy, as if the city itself were breathing with a gloomy conscience. Devereaux couldn't shake the feeling of being surrounded by invisible forces watching his every move. The information McConnell had provided him about the ancestral pact between the Devereaux and the cult of Uriel was beginning to take shape, but the truth remained elusive. The inspector knew that his time was running out. Something dark was approaching, and the pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fit together in ways she couldn't even imagine. The visit to the cemetery, the revelation about Lazarus, and the disturbing discovery of the connection between his family and the rituals of the cult had only added more questions. Now, with Sophie in danger, Devereaux couldn't allow the horror of the past to repeat itself. The cult was no longer in the shadows. It was close. And he seemed to be interested in something much more than the sacrifices of the past few months. The lunar eclipse was fast approaching, and with it, the culmination of a cycle that had begun centuries ago. Uriel's return was imminent. That night, Devereaux went over and over again the notes of his investigation, looking for a clue that could stop what was about to happen. Among the documents, he found an old letter, written in shaky handwriting, which had been left at the police station years ago by an anonymous informant. In it, someone had revealed the secrets of the cult. The text spoke of a forgotten place, an island in the ocean that was said to be the epicenter of the cult's rituals. The name of the island was Hallows Reach, an isolated, uninhabited, and unknown place for most of the inhabitants of Blackwater. The inspector shivered as he read the letter. That island could be the key to understanding everything that was happening. He decided to act immediately. He gathered what was left of his gear and headed for the coast, where he began tracking down information about Hallows Reach. No one at Blackwater seemed to know much about the island, except for rumors that it was cursed, that anyone who dared to approach it never returned. But something in the letter told Devereaux that the cult had used that island as a safe haven, a place where they could practice their rituals undisturbed. If he was correct, the island was the last vestige of the cult's influence in Blackwater, and maybe the only place I could find an answer. The journey to the island was long and exhausting. The sea was rough, as if something invisible was disturbing its waters. The sun was beginning to hide behind black clouds, covering the horizon with a layer of ominous shadow. As the boat approached Hallows Reach, Devereaux felt the atmosphere change. The island stood before them, desolate and covered with thick vegetation, as if nature itself had claimed its dominion. The lighthouses on the coast barely managed to illuminate the sharp rocks that surrounded the island, making the place seem even more ominous. When they finally landed, Devereaux's party cautiously entered the island. The earth was damp and overgrown, and a disturbing silence enveloped the place. There were no birds, no animals, no trace of human life. Everything seemed frozen in time, as if the island had been forgotten for centuries. The inspector stomped forward, guided only by the growing darkness and the sense that the closer he got to the heart of the island, the closer he came to unleashing a terrifying truth. After several hours of exploration, they found a ruined structure, an ancient stone temple covered by vines and moss. Its walls were marked with arcane symbols that Devereaux instantly recognized. They were the same ones that had appeared on the bodies of the victims and on the pages of the spellbook. As we entered the temple, the air became denser, almost palpable. The smell of dampness and old earth filled his lungs, and the shadows seemed to move on their own, to the rhythm of an invisible presence. The feeling of being watched has never been so strong. Inside the temple, Devereaux and his team discovered a hidden chamber, a kind of underground sanctuary. At its center, there was a stone altar, and on its surface remains of what must have once been ritual sacrifices. Old black candles were scattered on the floor, some still lit, and a number of ritual objects were scattered around the altar. But what really made Devereaux stop in his tracks was what he found on the walls, a series of engravings that told the story of the cult of Uriel, and in them, familiar figures. The face of a man Devereaux instantly recognized. His own ancestor, Lazarus Devereaux, was depicted as the cult's leader, the man who had sealed the fate of his lineage with a pact with the demon. Horror began to take hold of Devereaux. The engravings showed Lazarus offering human sacrifices in an attempt to bring Uriel back to the mortal world. The covenant had been sealed in blood, but there was a price. According to the engravings, the descendants of Lazarus would be in charge of completing the ritual and allowing the demon to return. The cult had never disappeared. He had remained hidden, waiting for the date of return to arrive, and now Devereaux was at the center of it all, marked by the same curse that had haunted his family for centuries. At that instant, Devereaux heard a sound behind him. He turned quickly, but no one was there. However, something in the atmosphere had changed. The air was heavier, as if a dark power had awakened on the island. The temperature had dropped drastically, and the presence of something evil was palpable. In the distance, a hooded figure appeared at the entrance of the temple, wearing a black cloak that almost completely covered his figure. The face was a shadow, but his eyes shone with an unnatural glow. The leader of the cult had arrived. "You've discovered what you shouldn't have, Inspector," the figure said in a guttural voice. "Now there is no turning back. Urul's return is inevitable, and your family will pay the price for defying fate." Devereaux felt his stomach churn. The cult leader was in front of him, and everything he had done up to that point had led him straight to this encounter. The final battle was about to begin, and the shadows of his past were finally catching up with him. Chapter 6. The Disappearance. The air was tense, almost electric, and Devereaux could feel his nerves tighten as the hooded figure advanced toward him. The leader of the cult, that shadow at the entrance of the temple, had spoken with such conviction that, for a moment, the inspector thought that nothing could stop what was about to happen. The words echoed in his mind. "Your family will pay the price for defying fate." What did that mean? Was his daughter Sophie already caught up in this dark whirlwind that had dragged him inside? The thought paralyzed him for a moment, but he soon realized that he could not let fear get the best of him, not while her daughter was in danger. Suddenly, the cult leader raised an arm, pointing at the stone altar with almost supernatural strength. The atmosphere was filled with a relentless, bone-chilling cold. The hooded figure's bright eyes sparkled with malice. "The ritual is on," he said, his voice echoing off the walls of the chamber. "Here is nothing you can do to prevent what's already destined." The words crept into his mind like poison, but Devereaux couldn't let despair envelop him. There was only one thing he needed to focus on: Sophie. She was the key to ending all this. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the darkness of the island, piercing through the frigid air with a blood-curdling force. Devereaux felt a shudder run down his spine as he recognized the voice. It was his daughter's voice, Sophie. Horror seized him at that moment. The cult leader smiled, and in his eyes, Devereaux saw the certainty of victory. "It's too late to save her," he said with a calm that froze the blood. "Your daughter is the last sacrifice needed to complete Urul's return." The weight of words crushed him. How could it be that all this was connected to his own flesh and blood? Devereaux knew he couldn't lose another second. With a swift movement, he took out his pistol and pointed it at the hooded figure. But before he could fire, the air became thick, as if an invisible force was holding him back. His body was unresponsive. His mind was clouded. The cult leader had invoked more than just ancient rituals, something supernatural in nature. "You think you can stop him with simple human weapons?" the man said, moving even closer. "Nothing you do here makes sense. Urul is already here, and you are but a pawn in this game." The cold increased, and shadows began to squirm in the room. Devereaux struggled to stay conscious, to find some way out, but it was clear that the cult had prepared a much bigger and darker stage than he had ever anticipated. And then, in a whisper, the hooded figure raised a hand toward the altar. A ghoulish green glow began to emanate from the stones, illuminating the walls with strange symbols. The ritual was about to be completed. With a titanic effort, Devereaux managed to break free from the pressure that kept him immobile. He ran for the exit, speeding through the temple, his breathing erratic and his heart pounding. Every second that passed was one more minute that her daughter remained in the hands of the cult, and she knew that time was running out. He went outside and looked at the desolate island around him. The darkness had completely fallen, and the wind was blowing strongly. Somehow, something had changed. The island, the same one that had been so still and empty, now seemed alive, vibrant with an unhealthy energy. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the distance, running towards the edge of the island. Devereaux ran after her without thinking, but upon arriving, the figure disappeared into the mist. It was Sophie. He was there, or at least he had been. A terrible cold took hold of his being. The only thing he left behind was a letter. He took it with trembling hands, recognizing the handwriting on it. It was a letter addressed to him. "Father," he said, "I can't escape anymore. They are close to me. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to hold out." The words seemed written with desperation, but also with a strange calmness, as if Sophie was already prepared for what was to come. Devereaux collapsed to his knees, the weight of the situation overwhelming him. The letter was his daughter's last sign, and perhaps the last chance he had to save her. He felt the forces of the cult surround him, but he also knew that he had to keep his composure. He couldn't let fear drag him down, even right now. Sophie was somewhere on the island, and her life depended on what he could do next. Quickly, he gathered his team and ordered them to start searching in every possible direction. The island was vast, but there was something about the letter that made him think that the place where Sophie might be was near the ancient temple. The symbols etched into the walls gave him a clue. Uriel was not only looking for a sacrifice, but a door to another plane, a door that would require blood to open. The connection between his daughter and the demon was more direct than he imagined. As the group toured the island, Devereaux couldn't help but think about what he had learned. The cult had been waiting for this moment for generations, and now that it had arrived, the question was not if the demon would return, but when. The lunar eclipse was about to occur, and everything indicated that the final sacrifice, the one that would allow Uriel to manifest in the physical world, would take place on the altar of the temple. If he didn't manage to find Sophie before that happened, all would be lost. The hours passed slowly, and Devereaux felt that each step he took brought him closer to the tragedy he had been trying to avoid. The sound of waves crashing on the rocks seemed like a distant echo, as if the island itself was listening to his every thought. With each passing second, the echo of his daughter disappearing hit him harder, until there was nothing left but a muffled scream inside him. Would the time he had left be enough to save her? Chapter 7. Broken Pax. Devereaux was exhausted. The island of Hallows Reach seemed to mock him, as if every corner was permeated with a malevolent force, designed to make him lose his sanity. He had traveled for miles through the ruins and dense thickets, but everything seemed like an endless reproduction of shadows and fog. Sophie remained an enigma, a mystery trapped in the darkness of the island, and every minute that passed without finding her increased the weight on her chest. But something had changed. Something in the air told her that it was no longer just about her. The cult had gone further. Uriel was already here, and the game was almost won. As Devereaux approached the temple again, an indescribable sensation came over him. His mind began to wander, running through the dark passages of his family's history. He knew that his ancestors had sealed a pact with the devil, but he never imagined the extent to which this cursed legacy had been perpetuated. The Devereaux, it seems, weren't just descendants of a man with a dark past. They were the key pieces in a game that had crossed generations. Over the years, sacrifices and covenants had kept the cult hidden, but everything was about to fall apart, and he, without knowing it, was the last link in that chain. Sophie's letter kept burning his hand. In her words, Devereaux had detected something she hadn't wanted to see before, an unwavering acceptance, as if her daughter had been aware from the beginning that her fate was sealed. The thought that she was already part of that destiny turned his stomach. Had she always been the chosen one? Lazarus's offspring had been marked by a pact that no one had wanted to break. The blood sacrifice, the final sacrifice, required someone of his lineage, and it seemed that Sophie, unwittingly, had been the piece that the last cultists had been waiting for. Upon arriving at the temple, Devereaux realized that the stone doors were open. The hooded figure he had seen before was gone. Instead, the temple seemed empty, but something was keeping him on his toes. The feeling that something, or someone, was watching him had not disappeared. He took a step inside, his trembling hand holding his pistol. The echo of his footsteps echoed through the stone walls. It was as if time had stopped, as if everything was waiting for the decisive moment to arrive. And then he felt it, a soft, almost imperceptible murmur rising from the back of the room. A distant whisper, as if the wind were speaking in a forgotten language. Devereaux hurried down the aisle, which now looked different. The stone had blackened, and the symbols on the walls glowed with an unnatural green light. In the center of the altar, a circle of black candles flickered, and inside, the figure of Sophie, motionless and with her eyes closed, was lying on the stone. The vision struck him like lightning, but he didn't have time to process it. Something else was going on. The air became dense, as if it was being sucked in by an invisible force. The earth beneath his feet began to shake slightly. Suddenly, the hooded figure appeared again, this time accompanied by several cult members, all wearing black robes and covered faces. "You can't stop what's already started," the cult leader said with terrifying calm. "Your daughter is the last sacrifice we need to open the portal. The Devereaux's blood is the key, and she's accepted her role. It is part of Ural's will, and you, Thomas, have never been more than a piece on this board." The cult leader's words rang in Devereaux's ears as a cruel reminder of how insignificant he was in all of this. The struggle he had waged, the sacrifices he had made, meant nothing. The wheel of history had already turned too far to stop her. But Devereaux was not about to give up, not without a fight. Despite the exhaustion and fear that enveloped him, he clenched his jaw and pointed his pistol at the cult leader. "If you think I am going to let my daughter die, you are sorely mistaken," he said in a firm voice, though it was hard to get out of his throat. "If I have to destroy this temple and all of you to stop it, I will." The cult leader's hands slowly raised their palms, and in an instant, Devereaux felt an invisible pressure on his chest. The magic was here. It was closer than I had ever imagined. He wasn't just fighting people, but something much older and more evil. With a guttural scream, the cult leader raised an ancient ceremonial knife and placed it on Sophie's chest. Devereaux felt how despair dragged him away. I couldn't make it in time. I couldn't save her. But before he could react, something unexpected happened. A loud roar of thunder echoed from deep within the island, and the sky lit up with a reddish glow. The lunar eclipse had begun, and with that, a dark power seemed to awaken throughout the place. The altar stones began to glow, and an archaic energy was unleashed, enveloping everyone present. Suddenly, Sophie opened her eyes, but it wasn't her. The girl's eyes were no longer those of a victim, but those of something much older. An unimaginable power was reflected in his eyes. "You can't stop him, Father," said a deep voice that wasn't his own. "My fate is already sealed. Uriel is returning, and with him, the end of everything you know." The air became heavy, and the entire room seemed to vibrate with a dark energy that threatened to overflow. Devereaux felt the ground crumble beneath his feet, but still, he couldn't stop staring at her. Sophie was no longer the girl she had known. His sacrifice was no longer just a fate, but an unbreakable bond with the devil. The cult leader, seeing what had happened, smiled. Ural's return is inevitable. No one can stop him now. But there was a shadow of uncertainty on his face. Something wasn't working as expected. Sophie was changing, yes, but not in the way the cult had planned. Something in the connection between father and daughter was still present, as if Devereaux could still have a grip on his daughter's fate. The energy that was unleashed around them was uncontrollable, but he couldn't give up. Not yet. Devereaux, his heart beating furiously, rushed toward the altar, and in spite of the invisible forces trying to slow him down, he reached for the ceremonial knife. With a swift motion, she pulled him away from Sophie and threw him to the ground. "No," he shouted. "I won't let them take you. I won't let them destroy it." But words were insufficient. Ural's power was near, and Devereaux was at the center of the storm. Chapter 8. Forbidden rituals. The altar began to emit a blinding glow, and Sophie's figure, still lying on the stones, slowly began to levitate, surrounded by a halo of dark energy. Devereaux, with the ceremonial knife still in his hands, watched the scene with a mixture of despair and fury. The sacrifice was about to be completed, but something in the atmosphere told him that all was not lost. The connection between her daughter and the demon, Uruel, seemed to have been established, but the power emanating from Sophie was not absolute. There was something about her, something about humanity that made her unique, that still resisted. Devereaux was not willing to give up without first trying to break that bond. The entire room trembled with the force of the dark energy flowing through the walls of the temple, and hooded figures of worship surrounded the altar, reciting chants in a language Devereaux could not understand. However, he could feel that the words were much more than just invocations. They were prayers of power, curses that invoked primal forces. The cultists were doing something much bigger than simply resurrecting a demon. They were opening a portal, a rift between the worlds, that would allow Uruel to manifest in physical reality. The echo of those chants echoed like a heartbeat, and Devereaux could feel his own body vibrate to the rhythm of that ancient invocation. Despite the palpable pressure in the air, Devereaux couldn't take his eyes off Sophie. Her daughter had been the key all along, but it wasn't just another sacrifice, as I had believed at first. The blood of the Devereaux had an ancestral power, a power that cultists had been seeking for centuries, and now, with the activation of the ritual, it seemed that the strength of that lineage was taking an unexpected turn. Sophie was not only the victim, she was also a door, a key that could open or close the fate of the world. And as the altar shone with an unearthly light, Devereaux understood that the only way to save her would be to undo the covenant. The cult leader slowly approached, his face hidden behind the hood, and when he spoke, his voice echoed like thunder. "You don't understand, Devereaux. This is not a simple sacrifice. This is a rebirth. Ural will not only take shape here, but will reign over the world once again. The end of humanity is near. The eclipse will mark the end of this era, and your daughter will be the one to open the door for the devil to return." Every word the leader uttered seemed to reinforce the strength of the ritual, and Devereaux felt his body weaken in the presence of this ancient power. But he couldn't let fear get the better of him. Sophie needed it more than ever. Suddenly, a shudder ran through the temple. A scream, low and guttural, emerged from within Sophie, and her body convulsed violently. It was as if the demon was struggling to completely take over her. The dark energy around her began to swirl, creating a storm of shadows that swept through the room. Devereaux moved closer, the ceremonial knife still in hand, hoping that it might be the key to interrupting the ritual. But as he stepped forward, he felt an unearthly pressure that pushed him back, as if an invisible force was trying to stop him from interfering. "It's useless," the cult leader said, his voice filled with contempt. "Nothing can stop what has already begun." Desperation took hold of Devereaux, but so did something else, a spark of understanding. He remembered the old stories, the legends he had heard in his childhood, of forbidden rituals, of ancestral pacts, and of doors sealed with blood. Their family had not only been part of that history, they had written that history. The Devereaux had been the creators of that darkness. The cult leader wasn't just talking to him, but to a part of him that he didn't yet fully understand. "Wait," he thought. "If sacrifice is part of a cycle, then I am also part of it." The connection between him and the cult was not accidental. The revelation hit him hard. It was more intimately related to all of this than he ever imagined. And if he wanted to save Sophie, he would have to break that connection, that cursed bloodline. He knew he had to face the cult, but he also had to undo the ancestral pact that had bound his family to the demon. His daughter, like him, was a prisoner of the Devereaux legacy. And now, Everything depended on an impossible decision. Could he destroy the bond himself before it was too late? The cult leader slowly advanced towards him, the smile on his face. You got it right. You are a part of this, Devereaux. You always have been. Your family's blood can never be freed from this fate. And now, you'll see what it really means to open the door for Eurowell. At that moment, Devereaux felt a twinge of despair and fury. He wasn't going to allow his daughter to become a vehicle for the demon. She wasn't going to let the legacy of evil that had marked her family take control of her. With a cry of rage, Devereaux raised the ceremonial knife and plunged it into the altar, piercing the stone. A blinding glow emerged from the crack, and the power that had been accumulating for centuries began to overflow. The hooded figures of the cult shouted, but it was too late. The link between the altar, the island, and the demon began to fracture. The green light around Sophie disappeared, and her body fell heavily on the altar, while the entire temple trembled as if the world itself was about to crumble. Devereaux couldn't afford to think. He was just acting, dragging his daughter in a desperate attempt to escape. The earth began to creak beneath his feet, and a huge crack opened up in front of him. It was the portal that the cult had tried to open, but now, with Devereaux's intervention, it was collapsing. The darkness began to swallow everything in its path, but just when it seemed that there would be no way to escape, a flash of light appeared on the horizon, a ray of hope. And somehow Devereaux could sense that the evil that had invaded his life, his daughter's life, had begun to fade, but not before paying the price for his mistakes. Chapter 9. The Return of Eurowell. The sun was already beginning to hide behind the clouds, and the lunar eclipse had reached its peak. Devereaux, his breath gasping and his face drenched in sweat, dragged Sophie's limp body among the cracked rocks of the island. The earth trembled beneath his feet, and a thick, suffocating air seemed to surround him completely. The crack that had opened the cult was beginning to close, but not completely. Through it, a reddish, pulsating glow emanated from the other side, as if something or someone was trying to break through the veil between the worlds. Eurowell, Devereaux thought, and a shiver ran down his spine. Sophie, still unconscious, was unresponsive to her father's desperate efforts to revive her. The ritual had left an indelible mark on her, something that the connection to the demon had sealed within her. Although her daughter was still physically there, the human light that Devereaux remembered no longer shone in her eyes. The chaos that the cult had unleashed had not only altered the island, but had left a deep imprint on her daughter's soul. It can't be. It can't be that it's been this all along, Devereaux muttered as he tried to calm his own panic. In the distance, the sky began to burn with shades of red and black, as if the atmosphere itself was being torn apart by an invisible force. The crack in the ground expanded, and out of it emerged shadowy forms, figures shrouded in black mist, which seemed to creep to the surface, freeing themselves from the yoke of what had been the temple. The sound of the cult's voices echoed through the wind, their chants echoing in the distance, but it was no longer just the voice of the cultists. Through the rift, Devereaux could hear something else, something ancient and abysmal. Eurowell. The demon had awakened. The altar no longer existed. The island, which had been a refuge lost in time, was now the threshold of something much larger and more terrible. Devereaux felt the pressure on his chest, a sensation so deep and painful that it almost took his breath away. He knew that there wasn't much time before the portal opened completely. If Eurowell crossed over into the physical world, all would be lost. What the cult had done was not only to invoke the devil, it was the opening of a cycle, a chain of events that could not be easily stopped. But he had one last chance: destroy the rift before it closed completely. With superhuman effort, Devereaux lifted Sophie in his arms and began to run towards the shore of the island. The earth was still shaking, and the sound of the waves hitting the rocks seemed more distant than usual, as if the sea itself had begun to change. Suddenly, he heard a thud behind him, as if a huge shadow had moved behind him. He turned quickly and saw him. The figure of Uriel, immense and disfigured, appeared before him through the crack. He had no definite form, only a deep darkness that seemed to engulf everything in its path. But in his eyes shone an infernal light, red and penetrating, which seemed to pierce reality itself. "No!" shouted Devereaux, as he advanced with a brisk step towards the cliff. The wind blew with such force that it almost knocked him down. Sophie was still unconscious in his arms, her breathing heavy and shallow. "This is not going to happen." The demon stared at him, and in his eyes, Devereaux could see the infinite abyss of evil that had been enclosed for centuries. Uriel had waited a long time, and now, finally, he had found his way back. Through his daughter, Devereaux thought, "He's here for her." Suddenly, Uriel's figure faded into a cloud of dark mist, and the air became even denser. Devereaux felt his body begin to be pushed back by an invisible force, as if he was being dragged down the same abyss that the demon had created. But something inside him, something deep and visceral, made him resist. Sophie could not be the sacrifice that closed the cycle of darkness. He could not allow his daughter to be the key that opened the gates of hell. With all his might, Devereaux ran towards the crevasse, but just as he was about to jump into it, the sound of a human voice stopped him. "Dad!" cried Sophie, rising in an instant, her face haggard but wide awake. Her voice sounded broken, but there was something about her, something in her eyes that was not of this world. "Don't leave me here! Don't let him do it!" Devereaux looked at her, confused and terrified. She knew that what was happening could not be real, but her daughter's face, now filled with indescribable anguish, was all she needed to understand that the sacrifice had not yet been completed. Sophie, in a way, was still there, and she had the power to destroy everything the cult had built. The rift began to close quickly, and Uriel's roar echoed through the air. Devereaux didn't have time. I had to make a decision that would change everything forever. "Sophie," he said in a trembling voice, "I know it's not you, but you have to fight. You can do it." The girl, or what was left of her, raised her hand to him. "I can't, Dad. I can't stop it. It's already inside me." The darkness was beginning to take shape, as if Uriel were making his daughter a vehicle to return to the world. Sophie's eyes turned completely black. In desperation, Devereaux took the ceremonial knife once more and raised it to the sky. The light of the eclipse seemed to be amplified, and a beam of darkness shot directly at him, dragging him into the very abyss that threatened to devour the island. "No, I won't take it to you," he shouted, as he threw the knife into the crevice. A deafening rumble shook the air, and a blast of dark energy enveloped everything around him. Sophie fell to the ground, and the crack closed violently, with a last flash of red light. A terrifying silence filled the air. The rift had disappeared, but the echo of Uriel's return continued to reverberate in the minds of those left behind. The island, once vibrant with life, was now in ruins, and Devereaux, standing in the shadows, looked at his daughter. Sophie was there, but something had changed forever. The demon had been stopped, for now, but the cost was high. The battle for Sophie's soul wasn't over, and he knew the fight wasn't over yet. Chapter 10. The end of the cycle. The air was thick and heavy, as if the island itself had stopped breathing. Devereaux knelt in front of her daughter, who lay on the ground with a pale face, her eyes now empty, as if the darkness that had been about to consume her was still stalking her. The demon had been stopped, at least for the time being, but Sophie's internal battle was not over. Uriel had already left his mark on her, a deep, evil echo that could awaken at any moment. Devereaux knew that no matter how far they went, the connection with the demon would never be completely broken. He had saved his life, but he could not escape the fate that the darkness had woven for them. Sophie was breathing heavily, her movements slow and clumsy, as if she was struggling to maintain control of her own body. "Dad," he whispered in a broken voice, looking at Devereaux with a mixture of fear and despair. He took her hand firmly, searching her eyes for a spark of what had been his daughter, but found nothing but emptiness. "I am sorry," Devereaux muttered, his heart broken. There was no way to know if she would ever be the same again. "I promise, I'll try everything. I promise you." With his strength exhausted, Devereaux took Sophie in his arms and began to walk towards the shore, towards the boat that had arrived there with him. The sky was pitch black now, and the eclipse had left an indelible mark on the landscape. Everything seemed still, inert, as if the world were holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. Devereaux knew something else was about to happen. It couldn't be as simple as escaping the island, the darkness. Something was still latent, waiting for the cycle to be completed. When he reached the boat, Devereaux paused for a moment. He looked out over the horizon, where the waves were hitting the rocks in a heavy rhythm, as if the ocean were weeping. The sound of the wind was the only witness to his sadness. Sophie was still motionless in his arms like a broken wrist, and every minute that passed was a reminder that her sacrifice had marked something much bigger. Ural had been arrested, yes, but the seed of his return was still alive within her, and Devereaux didn't know how long he could keep his daughter safe. At that moment, he heard a noise. It was faint, a low murmur, but enough to make his skin stand on end. He looked back at the island, at the place where the temple had once stood. The shadows began to move, and the waves churned with a violence I had not seen before. The island was not finished. Inside, something was still beating, like the heart of a wounded animal, waiting to be released. Devereaux felt a chill run down his spine. "Number it can't be," he whispered to himself. The demon had not been defeated. It had only been sealed temporarily. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, slowly walking towards him. Devereaux gritted his teeth, recognizing the approaching man, the cult leader. His face was completely covered by a black cloak, but the eyes shone with a dangerous intensity. He was not an ordinary man. It couldn't be. The figure of the leader stopped a few meters away from Devereaux and Sophie, watching them with a calmness that froze the blood in Devereaux's veins. "You thought you had won, right?" said the leader in a tone that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth. "The cycle does not end with a sacrifice. The cycle never ends. Darkness is in the blood of the Devereaux, and nothing and no one can break it. Uru returns, and this time there will be no escape." Devereaux clenched his jaw in anger. He knew he had done his best, but the truth was undeniable. The cult had not been destroyed. It had only dispersed. Evil never completely disappeared. And the cult leader, that shadow of the inhuman, was still looking for a way to fulfill the destiny they had predicted. "I am sorry," the leader said, his voice full of irony, "but this has only just begun. Your daughter is just the smallest piece in this game. Uriel will return, and then all the worlds will fall at his feet. You can't stop it, Devereaux. You are stuck in this cycle like everyone else. And in the end, only you and your daughter will witness the return of the demon. No one else will see it." Devereaux tensed, gripping Sophie harder. There was something in the leader's tone, something that told him that the end of all this was not near. "This doesn't end here," Devereaux muttered, looking at the leader with a look of suppressed fury. "I'm going to stop him. I swear I will." But the leader only smiled, a smile that was not human at all. "You'll try, but it doesn't matter. The cycle is never broken." With a swift motion, Devereaux raised the ceremonial knife once more, but before he could do anything, the leader disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if he was part of the fog itself. The island, now silent, seemed to be watching him. There were no more cultists. There was no more immediate darkness. But Devereaux knew what was to come. The fight was not over, and the fate of his daughter, of his own soul, was yet to be written. The seed of evil was still alive, waiting for the opportunity to bloom again. Devereaux stared at the horizon, knife still in hand. In the distance, the first light of dawn began to appear. but the darkness of what had just happened was still hanging over him like a shadow, like a weight that could not be removed. "I am going to save you, Sophie," he whispered with renewed determination. "It doesn't matter what it takes. It doesn't matter what comes next." And with that promise in his heart, he got on the boat with his daughter, away from the island that had been the origin of his nightmare, not knowing if he could really escape what awaited him. The Killer's Mind. Chapter 1. A Body with a Message. The fog was dense in New Orleans' Audubon Park that morning. A thick layer covered the ground soaked from the recent rain, while the lantern lights flickered with a dim light that barely made it through the darkness. The air was cold, but what really froze the skin of those who passed by was not the weather, but the presence of evil. The first body appeared at 3 a.m, when the park was completely deserted, except for the echoes of the footsteps of the first officers who arrived at the scene. It was a brutal find, one that would mark the beginning of a series of events that would change the city forever. The body was found in an isolated area of the park, away from the beaten path, where greenery mingled with deep shadows and thick vegetation seemed to hold secrets. The man was lying on the ground, his naked body partially covered with dry leaves and branches, but what really stood out was his face, a grimace of indescribable horror, as if he had seen something so terrifying that his life was extinguished in a last breath of terror. The skin on his face was wrinkled, his mouth open in a grimace of pain, his eyes empty but filled with palpable anguish, as if his soul was still trapped in that place. As she approached the corpse, Detective Erica Lawson felt a twinge in her stomach. Her experience alerted her. This was no ordinary murder. There were no signs of a struggle, no immediate evidence of a struggle. Everything was too much clean. The man appeared to have been executed with chilling precision, his death engineered with cold meticulousness. However, the most disturbing thing of all was what they found in his hand. He held a small, crumpled piece of paper, which seemed to have formed on purpose in the palm of his hand. On it, with blood still fresh, someone had written a message. "I am the one who sees everything." Forensics began work quickly, but Lawson stared at that sentence, as if the words could take on a life of their own. "I am the one who sees everything," he thought. Who was this person who felt so observant, so powerful, that she felt the need to leave such a message? Erica had faced numerous cases throughout her career, but something in this message made her more uneasy than usual. The murderer had not only killed, had wanted to be seen. He wanted his actions to be not only understood, but admired, as if he were constructing a message in the shadows, something so profound that only someone with a twisted mind could comprehend. The scene was a work of macabre art. The body was carefully positioned, as if it had been placed on some kind of altar, but there was no respect in this position, just a carefully constructed stage to instill terror. As police secured the area, Lawson began to take a closer look at the scene. There were no signs of a struggle, as he mentioned before, but the smallest details were out of place. The precise position of the corpse's arms, the minimal burn scars on the skin that suggested something else had been used to torture him before death. Police had reported that no strange fingerprints or traces of DNA were found at the scene, making the case even more puzzling. A young officer approached Lawson with a small notebook in hand. Apparently, the body had something in its pockets that forensics were now checking. "Detective, we found this on your jacket. There was nothing of value, just this notebook. But look," the agent said, opening it and showing the pages full of scribbles. Lawson leaned over to the notebook, which showed incoherent messages and broken sentences. Some words seemed to have some sort of urgency, as if someone was desperately trying to write. But there was one phrase that stood out among them all. "Chaos is the truth." The detective frowned. This wasn't the first time he'd seen a connection between murders and philosophical phrases, but it was always a clue that the killer felt superior to others. The first hours were frantic. The police tried to gather as much information as possible. There were no witnesses, but the body had been found near one of the entrances to the park, a place where security cameras could not cover. It was as if someone had planned all of this in advance. Lawson began to form a theory in his mind. This killer was not a mere beast. He did not act on impulse or revenge. This was someone who wanted to leave a legacy, someone who understood that true power lay in fear, the power of words, the power of images, the power to manipulate the minds of those who would find the corpse. With the first reports from the police, Lawson was informed that the victim had no criminal record. He was an ordinary man, with no apparent connection to organized crime or any of the well-known families in New Orleans. However, a deeper review of his medical records revealed something that further piqued the detective's curiosity. The man had spent time in various psychiatric hospitals in the past. This did not fit with what was known about him. Had he been the victim of any mental illness, or had the killer specifically chosen him for that reason? Lawson knew that every detail was important, and this discovery was far from a coincidence. As investigators went through the body and its belongings, Lawson ordered a thorough search of all nearby psychiatric hospitals, looking for any kind of pattern that could connect them to this case. But it wasn't until the coroner handed her the autopsy report that the detective understood how truly sinister was happening. The man had died violently, yes, but the cause of death had not been physical torture. It had been psychological torture that had sealed his fate. The marks on his body were not only a representation of physical violence, but a sign of manipulation, as if someone had played with his mind before taking his life. The clock was 5 a.m. when Lawson, as he left the park, stopped for a moment in front of the place where the body had fallen. The fog was slowly beginning to lift, but the sense of horror lingered. Something dark had begun, and she knew that this murder was not an isolated case. It was just the beginning of a macabre game that would take place in the shadows of the city. A killer who not only killed, but played with the minds of his victims, leaving fragments of their psychology broken in each scene. And Lawson, though trained to face the worst, couldn't help but wonder what kind of mind was behind this monstrous crime. Chapter 2. The Profile of the Murderer. The investigation was advancing, but Erica Lawson's mind was still trapped in that first macabre message. I am the one who sees everything. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Something about the way it was written, the fresh blood, the cold precision of the murder, indicated to him that the killer was not only watching from the shadows, but that he had absolute control over his victims. The first few hours were spent making a preliminary profile of the criminal, but Lawson knew that this would not be easy. Serial killers are complex, and the one who had begun his macabre game in New Orleans seemed to know the darkest recesses of the human mind. The forensics had sent the notebook of the dead man to a specialized forensic laboratory, looking for something that could link the murderer to the crime. Meanwhile, Lawson began to review the victim's medical records, looking for any kind of connection that might exist to local psychiatric hospitals, following a hunch. The analysis revealed that although the man had no history of severe mental disorders, he had been committed to at least 3 psychiatric institutions in the past 10 years, under vague diagnoses that included episodes of paranoia and personality disorder, not otherwise specified. However, no records were found on the reason for his admissions, causing connections to the killer to begin to take shape. Lawson immediately requested that all cases of recent patients at nearby psychiatric hospitals be reviewed. Something told her that the killer had not only chosen his victims by chance, there was a reason behind each of them. The victims appeared to have some kind of link to mental health institutions, either because of their background or because of their social connections with medical personnel. The detective was convinced that the killer knew about these places, and maybe had even been a part of them at some point. This wasn't just a crime of passion or a random crime. It was a meticulously planned act, a profound revenge against something the killer had lived or witnessed. A few days later, a new police report revealed that security cameras at a local psychiatric hospital had captured a mysterious figure prowling the halls a week before the murder. The recording was unclear, but the individual seemed familiar with the place. In a hospital where patients and employees were under constant surveillance, someone who moved around without raising suspicion had to have some kind of access. Lawson requested an urgent meeting with the hospital's director. The conversation with the director was cold and evasive, but the records didn't lie. There were several recent patients who had been discharged under strange circumstances. Some of them related to ambiguous diagnoses that didn't conform to established protocols. The patients at this hospital were not simply people with common mental disorders. Some of them were diagnosed with severe illnesses, such as paranoid schizophrenia, multiple personality disorders, and delusional psychosis. The idea that the killer might be influenced or even have interacted with these patients began to take shape in Lawson's mind. The pattern of the murders was frighteningly similar to the symptoms of these disorders, and each murder seemed to mimic a different manifestation of serious mental illness. The victims, when selected, seemed to represent a specific facet of human psychology, a piece of the puzzle that the killer wanted to put together. The detective visited the hospital in person to speak with several psychiatrists who had treated the most recent patients. Some of the doctors seemed reluctant to collaborate, while others were terrified by the implications that one of their own patients might be involved in such crimes. During these interviews, Lawson discovered something disturbing. Several of the patients treated there showed an exceptional level of intelligence. There were people who, under the guise of mental disorders, were incredibly in control of their faculties, manipulating others without them realizing it. Initial diagnoses did not always match the reality of the patient's mental state. This reinforced Lawson's theory. The killer not only understood how to manipulate the human mind, but probably had a deep understanding of how mental disorders could be used as tools of control. After several meetings with experts, Lawson asked for a full report of all patients who had been treated for schizophrenia-related disorders, multiple personality, and psychosis. In one of the dossiers, he found one particularly disturbing case. A man named Samuel Williams, a patient diagnosed with multiple personality disorder, who had been discharged under very strange circumstances 6 months before the first murder. The hospital's director had not been very clear about the details, but Williams had been under treatment for several years prior to his release. A small excerpt from his file read, "Patient with highly manipulative characteristics and extremely controlling behaviors." Williams' name echoed in Lawson's mind, a dark echo that began to weave with the information he had gathered so far. With this new lead, Lawson began to investigate Samuel Williams further. His record showed that before being admitted to the hospital, he had had several appointments with private therapists, where he apparently displayed extremely disturbing behavior, talking about the manipulation of the human mind and how he could see through the eyes of others. This obsession with mind control and the perception of others fit with the messages found in the victims, as if the killer was leaving clues about his own psychology. Williams had had access to several patients inside the hospital before he was discharged, and he had left a trail of strange behavior that many of the therapists missed. The detective began to develop a more concrete profile of the killer, a highly intelligent, manipulative man, probably with some serious mental disorder, and with an obsession with controlling the minds of others. In addition, the fact that he had been treated in a psychiatric hospital indicated that his understanding of mental disorders was deep, perhaps even academic. Her ability to mimic the symptoms of different disorders seemed to be her hallmark. Lawson knew he was chasing a shadow, a being with an uncanny ability to hide his true nature. As the killer's profile became clearer, Lawson also realized that this investigation was going to be more personal than he ever imagined. The killer wasn't just playing with the victims, she was playing with her, making each clue bring her closer to a truth she didn't yet fully understand. Something else, something the killer knew, was about to fall apart. The ties between the criminal and the hospital were beginning to grow closer. and the detective felt that, on some level, she knew this strange being very well. It was only a matter of time before the pieces fell into place. Chapter 3. The Garden of the Soul. The air was thick that morning in New Orleans. The moisture-laden breeze of the Mississippi River seemed to follow Erica Lawson's trail as she crossed the narrow streets of the medical district to the private practice of one of the city's most renowned psychiatrists, Dr. Charles DuPont. She had already spent several days reviewing records in psychiatric hospitals, but something had led her to turn her attention to DuPont. That man had been Samuel Williams's therapist before he was admitted to the hospital, and had been involved in the care of other patients with similar profiles. Her private practice, surrounded by ancient gardens filled with exotic plants, was the kind of place that seemed to keep secrets, and Lawson was determined to uncover them. Dr. DuPont had an imposing presence, tall, gray-haired, and with eyes that seemed to read the soul of anyone who sat in front of him. Despite the serenity of his appearance, Lawson immediately sensed a tension in the air, as if the whole building were permeated with a palpable sense of unease. DuPont received her in his office, a room decorated with old books on psychology and art, whose shelves full of tomes seemed to whisper lost stories. The detective was straightforward. She needed access to the records of Samuel Williams and any other patients who might have any connection to the ongoing crimes. DuPont was quick to react with an awkward silence, a silence that Lawson knew was nothing more than the prelude to a hidden truth. "Detective Lawson, medical records are confidential, as you well know," DuPont said as he ran his fingers through the messy folders on his desk. "However, I can talk about the cases in a general way, if that works for you." Lawson was not deterred. He knew that, behind his elegant words, the psychiatrist hid something, perhaps more than simple facts about his patients. The detective decided to play with her patience, knowing that there was something about it, a fragility in its facade that could cause it to open. "What if I told you that some of your patients seem to be connected to a series of murders?" he asked, staring at him. DuPont's face changed, and Lawson sensed a small crack in his control. "I am not sure what you are implying," he said, his voice a little deeper than normal, but Lawson knew it. Something in his tone indicated that there was more. "Samuel Williams, to be precise," the detective continued. "Do you know him well? Do you know what treatment he gave her exactly?" The psychiatrist looked uncomfortable, staring at a point in space, as if trying to find the right words. "Samuel was a complicated case," he began, with a pause that increased the tension. "I was obsessed with certain ideas about mind control, manipulation, but that's not so rare in patients with their diagnosis." Lawson couldn't shake the feeling that DuPont was hiding something so complicated that he suffers from such a profound psychosis that it could be related to the crimes we are investigating? Asked Lawson, waiting for a concrete answer. "Doctor," DuPont looked down, and Lawson noticed that the wrinkles on his face deepened. "Look, detective, what I'm going to tell you is not easy to accept, much less to believe. Samuel had a vision of the world that was unique to him. What set him apart from other patients with multiple personality disorders was his ability to manipulate others without them even noticing. There was something in his eyes that seemed to penetrate people's psyches." DuPont began to sweat slightly. Lawson stepped closer, his words softer but decisive. "And what about the other patients? Have any of them shown similar signs of manipulation? And the others, those who have disappeared?" That's when the psychiatrist relented. "There were some patients who left the hospital under strange circumstances, but their cases were nothing out of the ordinary. Or at least, it seemed like that." With a slight smile, DuPont finally relented and handed Lawson a folder with additional information, though warning him that he could not give him details about specific treatments without the patient's consent. Inside the folder, Lawson found names that were familiar to him, patients who had been under his care during the same period that Samuel Williams was hospitalized. Some of these names matched records of missing persons, and others with recent victims of the series of murders. The connection was undeniable, but there were still too many loose ends. The detective left the clinic with more questions than answers, but now she had a new piece of the puzzle: the Garden of the Mind, a place where patients, therapists, and memories intertwined with the same force of a shared destiny, marked by the same terror. Upon returning to the station, Lawson began going over every case of disappearances and murders related to patients treated at that hospital. It was as if someone had devised a meticulous strategy to target each of them, choosing patients with specific characteristics. What did Samuel Williams have in common with the other victims? The answer seemed to be beyond his reach, but one thing was clear: the killer knew the human mind all too well, and was not only manipulating it but creating a spectacle with their fractured minds. Each murder seemed like a symbolic act, a reflection of the upheavals of its victims, a grotesque representation of their suffering. A call from the police interrupted his thoughts. A new body had been found in a wooded area near a shopping mall, the corpse of a woman whose face was deformed in a grimace of terror similar to those of the previous victims. In his hand, as the first victim, was a message. This time, he said, "Chaos is the only real thing." The pattern was evident. The obsession with chaos, with destabilizing the human mind, was becoming the killer's signature. But the question remained the same: who was behind these crimes, and what drove him to carry out such acts with such precision? Lawson returned to his desk and began to go through all the files he had gathered up to that point. As she analyzed the new crime scene and connections to the mental hospital, something struck her. The killer wasn't just killing people randomly, he was selecting them for a very specific purpose. Each victim represented an aspect of the human psyche that the killer knew deeply: schizophrenia, paranoia, multiple personality disorder, psychosis. Each of them was a piece of a puzzle that the killer was assembling, and Lawson felt that he was getting closer and closer to finding out. The Garden of the Soul had been created by someone who understood the dark corners of the human mind, someone who wanted not only to destroy, but to show his power over the fragility of the psyche. And worst of all, that power seemed to be growing, getting closer and closer to the detective herself. The further she progressed in the investigation, the more she felt that something personal was at stake, as if the killer was somehow waiting for her to find out the truth. The fractured mind of a cunning criminal didn't just want to see the chaos in others. I wanted to see the chaos in her. Chapter 4. Fragments of the Mind. The crime scene was disturbing, even more so than the previous ones. The woman, who appeared to be in her mid-30s, lay in a dark alley near a residential neighborhood. His body was partially covered by a layer of dry leaves, as if the killer had wanted to hide it, but at the same time, exposure to public view seemed to be part of the message. The victim's face was twisted into an indescribable expression, as if she were trapped in a nightmare. His wide-open eyes reflected a mixture of terror and despair, but most disturbing was the message the killer had left in his hand. The mind is not a place. It is a fragment of chaos. Detective Erica Lawson watched the scene from a distance, feeling a shadow loom over her. She knew the killer was playing with her, leaving clues darker and darker, as if she enjoyed every step she took in her investigation. The body was near a building that appeared to be a former psychiatric hospital, now closed and in ruins. The connection was not accidental. Lawson began questioning the neighbors, but no one had seen anything strange that night. The area was practically deserted, which increased the feeling that the killer knew the terrain well and had chosen the place precisely. While forensics collected evidence, Lawson retreated to his car, where he went over the details of the case once again. Each death seemed to be one more piece of the puzzle, and each clue, while accurate, was not enough to give you a clear picture of the killer. The pattern kept emerging. The victims had some connection to psychiatric hospitals, either because of their diagnosis or because of their proximity to those places. But now, there was something new in the equation. The message in the victim's hand seemed to be increasingly focused on a recurring theme: the human mind. But what did the killer mean when he referred to the mind as a fragment of chaos? Was it a personal message or a challenge to the detective? The human mind was a complex and, in many respects, unexplored field. Lawson knew this very well. His background in criminology had given him a unique insight into how crimes could be both the product of psychology and pure violence. But in this case, the rules seemed to have changed. The killer wasn't just killing, he was exposing the fragility of the human mind in a cruel and artistic way. And the detective was beginning to wonder if the criminal was not only seeking revenge, but was also revealing something much deeper, something dark that only someone with an exceptional understanding of psychology could understand. In the days that followed, Lawson immersed himself in analyzing the forensic evidence that had been collected at the crime scene. Experts found traces of substances in the victim's blood that suggested he might have been under the influence of some kind of drug or hallucinogen. This was not a minor detail. Drugs, especially those that affect the central nervous system, can induce extreme states of psychosis, and that fit perfectly with the theme of the crimes. Each victim seemed to be representing a mental disorder, either real or induced. Was it possible that the killer was using some kind of substance to manipulate the minds of his victims before killing them? As he delved deeper into this aspect, Lawson came across something even more disturbing. A forensic report revealed that some of the victims showed signs of having been influenced by people close to them. They were not only impulsive or random murders, there seemed to be psychological manipulation behind each of the crimes. In some cases, victims displayed erratic behavior before dying, as if they were trapped in a kind of trance. Lawson thought of the message the killer had left on the body of the last victim. The mind is not a place, it is a fragment of chaos. Perhaps, in his obsession with controlling the human mind, the killer was seeking to create chaos within the victims themselves before they succumbed to death. On the other hand, something didn't fit. The way the crimes were being carried out and the characteristics of the victims indicated that the killer was not just dealing with individuals, but with something bigger, a vision of the human mind as a battlefield. At that moment, Lawson recalled a conversation he had had with Dr. Charles DuPont, the psychiatrist who had treated Samuel Williams. In it, DuPont had mentioned something about a thought experiment, but he had quickly deflected the subject. Was it possible that the killer was experimenting on his victims, deliberately manipulating their minds to create situations of extreme psychosis? With this new theory in mind, Lawson headed back to the mental hospital, where it had all started. He recalled that most of the victims of this series of murders had some relationship with this hospital. Not only the recent victims, but also some of those who had disappeared in previous years. Something within the structure of the hospital, something I didn't yet understand, seemed to be related to the fractured minds of the killer and his victims. But as he progressed, Lawson began to notice the pieces of the puzzle intertwining in eerie ways. Was it possible that the killer was using the same facilities where the victims had been treated to carry out his crimes? The detective decided to dig deeper into the hospital's old records, looking for any cases that might have been the trigger for the killer's obsession. It was then that she found something that left her cold. Among the reports, there was one that mentioned a young man named Daniel Harrington, who had been admitted to the hospital years ago under a diagnosis of multiple personality disorder. This name was familiar to him. Harrington had reportedly shown an amazing ability to manipulate others, to the point that some patients came to believe that they shared his thoughts. The reference to mental manipulation and the connection to multiple personality disorders fit perfectly with the pattern the killer was following. The profile of the murderer began to become clearer, but each new clue added more uncertainty to the case. Now Lawson was faced with an even greater dilemma. Was the killer really an individual with severe mental disorders? Or was he manipulating the minds of his victims in a calculated way to carry out his macabre plan? The detective felt that she was getting closer and closer to the truth, but at the same time, the mystery seemed to be receding, more and more fragmented. The more she tried to understand the killer, the more fragmented her own view of the case felt. The line between sanity and madness, between victim and victimizer, was dangerously blurred. At that moment, Lawson realized that the killer was not only playing with the victims, but also with her. Each clue brought her closer to madness, and worst of all, the killer knew exactly how to manipulate her mind. In his obsession with solving the case, Lawson was beginning to get lost in the fragments of a twisted mind that was not only manipulating the victims, but now also playing with them. Chapter 5. Induced psychosis. Erica Lawson's phone rang urgently at 3 a.m, an hour when few calls brought good news. On the screen appeared the name of one of its best officers, Lieutenant Kevin Rios. "Detective, we need you to come quickly. Here is something strange at the new crime scene," Rios said in a tense voice. Lawson didn't hesitate for a second and walked to the place without asking questions. But instantly, a sense of discomfort came over her. After all he had seen, the something strange was no longer just an unexpected twist, but a threat slowly approaching his own psyche. When he arrived, the scene was even more disturbing than the previous ones. This time there was no simple corpse on a dark sidewalk, nor a message written on the victim's hands. What Lawson found was a terrifying sight. The woman, apparently in her 40s, was alive but unconscious, surrounded by bloodstains and with an expression on her face that reflected pure terror. Next to him, a letter that read, "The truth is not a mirror, it is the broken mind." It was not only a crime, it was a sign of a psychological disorder taken to its most extreme limits. Something in the victim's gaze suggested that she had not only been physically attacked, but that she was trapped in mental torture. Something, or someone, had been manipulating him in a way that Lawson couldn't comprehend. What puzzled Lawson most was that, as with the previous victims, the woman appeared to have been exposed to a kind of psychological manipulation. Police quickly tracked down a psychiatrist who had treated the victim, and the report was alarming. The woman, Sarah Lowell, had been under treatment for induced psychosis, a state of mind where patients are manipulated or influenced to experience hallucinations, delusional beliefs, or even to harm themselves. In recent months, he had shown signs of acute paranoia, but psychiatrists could not foresee the severity of the mental deterioration that was to come. The information indicated that Sarah, at some point, had had contact with Dr. Charles DuPont. The connection to the psychiatrist was becoming more and more apparent. Lawson began to ask questions. Was it possible that Dr. DuPont was involved in some way? If the killer was not only killing, but was inducing a mental disorder in his victims, was he manipulating the minds of these people? The detective recalled Dr. DuPont's words in her practice. "The mind is a battlefield where internal forces fight for control." Now, those words seemed to come to life. The psychiatrists were in a delicate position. They were trying to heal their patients, but some, as in Sarah's case, had fallen into the manipulation of a mind far more cunning and dangerous than that of a simple therapist. In the back of his mind, Lawson feared that the killer was using the same methods as psychiatrists to control his victims, only for much more macabre ends. In the days that followed, Lawson immersed himself in the analysis of the evidence, particularly in the reports of patients under treatment for induced psychosis. As she examined the records, something made her stop in her tracks. Sarah Lowell wasn't the only victim who had been treated for this condition. There were more, many more, and all of them were under the supervision of one of the most prestigious psychiatrists in the city, Dr. DuPont, who was apparently involved with more than a dozen patients diagnosed with disorders related to mental manipulation. It couldn't be a coincidence. Each new report pointed to a pattern in which the victims had been slowly deranged. Their minds crumbled little by little, until the killer had transformed them into what he desired: instruments of chaos. The detective headed back to the psychiatric hospital where DuPont had worked for so many years, in search of more answers. There, he walked through corridor after corridor, as if he were a shadow of the past, observing every corner, every detail. His mind couldn't stop thinking about the connections between the killer, the psychiatrist, and the victims. The human mind was such a fragile place, so vulnerable, that the slightest slip could make it fall into a dark abyss. And the murderer, or whoever was behind these crimes, not only knew it, he seemed to enjoy the process of deteriorating the sanity of others. What kind of person could do something like that? How could someone not only kill, but destroy a person's soul so meticulously? What he found in the hospital records was even more disturbing. Several patients who had undergone experimental treatments in recent years had developed even more severe symptoms than doctors had initially diagnosed. Some had undergone therapies that included unconventional methods of altering the mind, such as extreme sensory deprivation or the administration of certain drugs, in an attempt to cure personality disorders. But the line between treatment and manipulation was so thin that Lawson began to wonder if the killer was not only using those same techniques, but perhaps had access to these treatments for his own benefit. Was there a link between experimental therapies and crimes? Was the killer influenced by something beyond his simple psychosis? Meanwhile, Lawson continued his investigation in search of more clues. He began talking to some of the hospital's former employees, trying to track down any clues that might connect the scene to the crimes. A former nurse, visibly frightened, approached him discreetly and said in a low voice, "There have been experiments here, detective. Things that shouldn't have happened. Someone was testing things on patients, making them more sensitive, more controllable." The nurse's statement left Lawson completely baffled. Experiments on the human mind were not new, but the idea that someone was using those same practices to manipulate and murder people was terrifying. The killer was not only playing with the lives of his victims, but he was testing a theory, experimenting with the human mind as a macabre testing ground. That same day, Lawson received a new piece of the puzzle. Forensic traces of the last victim pointed to an abandoned building near the psychiatric hospital. It was a secluded place, off the beaten track, and it seemed that no one had visited it in years. Lawson entered the scene with a mixture of caution and determination. Inside, he found more evidence pointing to a makeshift lab, complete with medical instruments, broken test tubes, and old patient records. The place, in its silence and its abandonment, seemed to be a testimony to the horror that had taken place there. The papers strewn across the floor contained notes on various experimental treatments and manipulation of the mind, and in each of these records appeared a name: Dr. Charles DuPont. The killer was not only related to DuPont, but appeared to be the result of the same experiments the psychiatrist had carried out in his clinic. But the scariest thing was that Dr. DuPont had disappeared. He had left behind a trail of psychological manipulation that now seemed to take on a life of its own. It was as if someone, or something, had been waiting for this moment, seeking to create the perfect storm in the human mind, one that would drive its victims to utter despair before taking their lives. The detective was now at a crossroads. Each clue led her to a darker, more dangerous place. Was the human mind really as fractured as it seemed? Or was there something else at play, something far more sinister? As the induced psychosis spread like a plague, Lawson knew he had to step back and reflect. The killer was playing a much bigger game, and she was just one more piece on that broken board. Chapter 6. The Fractured Mind. The news of Dr. Charles DuPont's disappearance made headlines the next day. But for Lawson, it was as if the whole case had taken an even darker turn. For weeks, he had been chasing the killer, and now he was faced with an even more terrifying truth. The same man who could have been behind the crimes was missing, as if he had left everything behind to become a shadow. Lawson could not afford to be swept away in the confusion. No matter how disturbing the revelation, it had to stay focused. The connection between Dr. DuPont and the victims was clearer now than ever, but so was the fact that the psychiatrist was not only an observer, but had been an active part of this macabre experiment. As the research team tracked down possible locations of Dr. DuPont, Lawson began to delve into his own past. During her research into patient records and therapies that DuPont had implemented, she discovered that her own father had been one of Dr. DuPont's patients many years earlier, when she was just a child. The blow was so strong that Lawson had to take a moment to process it. His father had been diagnosed with multiple personality disorder and had apparently been part of the same experimental treatments DuPont had used on other patients. This revelation not only shook the foundations of her research, but also involved her in a personal way she never imagined. Now his own story was intertwined with that of the killer. Lawson vividly remembered how her father had been under treatment, and although she was very young at the time, the memories of those visits to the mental hospital were still intact in her mind. She remembered how he became more and more distant, how his behavior changed drastically after starting treatment with DuPont. Although he never admitted it, Lawson suspected that his father had been subjected to the same experimental therapies as the current victims. Something in her father's mind had been destroyed, irreversibly fragmented, and the memories of his anguish lingered with her, fueling her suspicion that DuPont had not only been a doctor, but also an architect of chaos. This personal connection pushed her into a state of despair and internal conflict. To what extent was she being used herself as a pawn in this psychological game? As his thoughts darkened, Lawson began to notice disturbing patterns in his own psyche. Over the past few weeks, she had experienced intense insomnia, vivid nightmares that haunted her even during the day, and feelings of paranoia that she couldn't control. Every time she thought about the victims and the fractured mind of the killer, she felt an inner pressure that pushed her to madness. Her research was dragging her, not only into the darkest recesses of the human psyche, but also into a state of mind she feared more and more. Was it possible that the killer was manipulating his mind as well, as he had done with his victims? Every clue, every word, every message seemed to resonate within his own mind, blurring the line between victim and persecutor. With this growing fear, Lawson returned to the mental hospital. Something inside her told her that the killer, or what was left of him, was very close. If Dr. DuPont had been in charge of developing the therapies, what was left for him to discover? As she entered the most restricted area of the hospital, memories of her childhood began to wash over her, like a distant echo, echoing through every desolate hallway. The closed doors, dim lights, and oppressive atmosphere made her feel as if she was stepping back in time, as if the same madness that had invaded her father was now trying to consume her as well. Everything around him seemed a distorted reflection of what he had once known, a place where sanity slowly faded into darkness. Deep within the hospital, he found a hidden file. It was stored in a room that seemed untouched in decades. He opened the folder with trembling hands, knowing that what he would find would change everything he thought he knew about this case. The documents revealed details about a clandestine experiment conducted by DuPont, aimed at studying the creation of multiple personalities within an individual. Apparently, the psychiatrist had been involved in manipulating the human mind in order to generate new identities, inducing severe psychoses in his patients to see how they reacted. The approach was not only therapeutic, but completely experimental and extremely dangerous. DuPont had used his patients as guinea pigs, subjecting them to methods bordering on the illegal, and now, decades later, the effects of those experiments had become apparent in the killer's victims. Lawson felt the room close in around him as he took in the magnitude of the information. Everything he had seen, all the victims, all the suffering caused, was centered on one figure, Dr. DuPont. But the question remained unanswered. What about the murderer? Who was he? And how had he managed to manipulate his victims in this way? As I analyzed the papers, a name appeared in one of the reports. Daniel Harrington, one of the hospital's oldest patients, who had mysteriously disappeared years earlier. Harrington had apparently been one of the first subjects to undergo DuPont's experiments. Something in that name resonated with Lawson, but he couldn't immediately remember the exact connection. She decided to investigate more about Harrington, and what she discovered took her breath away. According to the files, Daniel Harrington had been diagnosed with multiple personality disorder and had developed extraordinary skills of psychological manipulation. For years, he had been treated with DuPont's experimental methods, but somehow, Harrington had managed to escape the hospital premises, vanishing without a trace. Lawson began to do calculations. If Harrington had been one of the first subjects in DuPont's experiments, could he have been the killer who had been stalking the city all this time? The idea that Harrington might be the criminal behind it all settled in his mind with force, and with every step he took, the truth seemed closer, but at the same time, more dangerous. As the story unfolded, Lawson began to realize that the killer was not only a product of mind manipulation, but had also been formed, shaped by the same practice that DuPont had carried out for years. This man, this monster, wasn't just a common criminal. It was the culmination of a failed experiment that had been in the shadows for so long, waiting to emerge. Lawson's fear was not only of the killer, but of what he represented, the total fracturing of the human mind and the manipulation of identity. The detective realized that, in her obsession with catching the killer, she had been playing with fire, and now danger was approaching her own door. With this new information, Lawson felt more determined than ever to stop the killer. But she also began to understand that facing him meant not only catching him, but also facing her own inner demons, the ones that Dr. DuPont had left behind in her life and in the lives of so many victims. The struggle was not only against the murderer, but against the fragmentation of the human mind itself, an internal battle that overflowed the limits of what was possible to understand. Chapter 7. Trail of Blood. The air in New Orleans seemed denser that night. An unusual heat accompanied the city, as if something evil was seeping through the dark streets. Lawson walked alone down the hallway of the mental hospital where it had all begun, the same shadow of the past floating around her. Each step brought her closer to the truth, but also to the final fall into an abyss from which she feared she would not be able to escape. She knew the killer was near, perhaps closer than she thought, and the feeling of being watched didn't leave her alone. More and more, it seemed like the case was consuming her, dragging her into a spiral of paranoia she couldn't control. There was something in the air that made her feel like the answers were at her fingertips, but never enough. When he was informed about a new crime, he did not hesitate to go to the scene. This time, the scenario was different. The body of a middle-aged man was found in a desolate alley near the Treem district, a place commonly associated with crime. But what was not common was the way he had been killed. The victim, a man named David Hall, had been mutilated precisely and meticulously, his body arranged in a pattern that suggested a direct connection to multiple personality disorder. Next to him, a message written in blood that said, "I am all and none." The words, though simple, were a direct clue to the killer's modus operandi, a fractured mind, capable of assuming different identities, of becoming whatever it chooses. Lawson felt a chill run down his spine. As forensics began to process the scene, Lawson was plunged into deep reflection. The blood, the pattern, the message. Everything pointed to a clear pattern. The killer was not only killing, but was representing the most complex mental disorders, as if seeking to pay homage to the victims of his own making. Was it possible that he was taking on an identity, a mask, in every murder? Or worse, was it a reflection of what I had learned from Dr. DuPont himself? Each victim seemed to be a representation of the mental disorders the killer had studied, a study of the human mind that transcended simple insanity. It was more like an obsession with the power of the mind over the body. At the same time, Lawson wondered if he, the killer, was just another victim of that system, a man whose sanity had been ripped away by the very hands that tried to save others. The days passed and the clues were more and more disturbing. Investigators found traces of blood in different parts of the city, but what puzzled Lawson the most was the appearance of a series of notes that were left in different strategic places, always with the same pattern. Encrypted messages that seemed like a kind of psychological game. The traces of blood not only led to a city in chaos, but also to a twisted mind that seemed to know every corner of New Orleans. Lawson began to wonder if the killer was taking her power and control game to another level, challenging the police and herself to understand his twisted message. Everything seemed calculated, as if he were orchestrating a macabre symphony, and each piece fit into a larger puzzle. In one of the reports, forensics found a fragment of skin under the victim's fingernails, suggesting that there had been a struggle before the death. Lawson was convinced that this man, Hall, was not just another victim. He had struggled. He had tried to escape, which indicated that the killer was not just eliminating victims. Each death seemed to have a specific purpose, a lesson to impart. From this new evidence, Lawson tried to reconstruct the moment of the murder. He knew that if he could understand how Hall had fought, he could find the killer's full pattern. Had she struggled to avoid becoming another victim of the mental disorder? Or was he simply trapped in a game where there was no escape? The next step in the research was to gather everything he had learned about mental disorders. Lawson obsessively went through victim reports, psychiatric records, and DuPont's theories. Every time he delved into the details, something strange happened. He began to feel his own mind sliding off a cliff. The connection between her and the killer grew stronger, more unmistakable. She was beginning to wonder if the killer had been manipulating her from the beginning, as if he were playing with her, dragging her into an abyss where everything was falling apart. Was the murderer aware of his presence, of his investigation, or was it simply his paranoia that was playing tricks on him? Messages of blood and traces around town seemed to answer those questions. It was clear that the killer knew exactly who she was, what she did, and how she thought. The detective decided that she had to face the killer, not only with the evidence, but with a direct confrontation. For days, she studied the psychology of mental disorders, looking for patterns and connections that could help her understand the criminal's mind. I knew I couldn't continue to be a passive spectator. To catch him, he would have to go into the same depths as him. The more he thought about it, the more he understood the magnitude of his task. The killer not only challenged her to catch him, he challenged her to understand her mind, to enter her world of madness and distortion. Lawson knew that if he didn't understand the limits of his own being, he would fall into the same trap that had trapped the victims. In an unexpected twist, a new clue appeared, one that changed the entire course of the investigation. Traces of blood that seemed to be scattered randomly around the city began to form a map, not a physical map, but a mental one, as if each line represented a key point in the killer's psyche. Lawson spent days analyzing the pattern, like a game of chess where every move seemed closer to the end. At first, it had been just a chaos of signs and traces, but now, looking at it from a broader perspective, I was beginning to see the truth. The assassin was designing a masterpiece, a disturbing picture of the human mind, and every clue left behind was an essential part of his master plan. Lawson had been following a trail, but now he understood that that trail not only led to the killer, but also to a deeper understanding of what insanity and manipulation meant. With this discovery, Lawson returned to the lab where he had found DuPont's papers, looking for more clues. As she walked through the corridors of the old building, something stopped her in her tracks. In a hidden room, she discovered a folder with her father's name on the cover. Inside, there were detailed reports of his treatment, but most puzzling was an annotation in which DuPont had written, "Patient potentially susceptible to induced disorders." At that moment, Lawson understood something terrifying. His father had not only been just another victim of DuPont's experiments, but he could also have been one of the first subjects on whom the manipulation of the human mind was tested. His connection to the case was no longer just professional. It was marked by a much darker destiny. Finally understanding the magnitude of everything that had been hidden beneath the shadows of the city, Lawson understood that the trail of blood led not only to the killer, but also to herself. The killer had been manipulating his mind all along, as well as his victims. What began as a simple investigation had turned into a struggle to maintain his own sanity. She knew that if she didn't succeed in solving the killer's riddle, she would lose what was left of herself in the process. Chapter 8. The Killer's Mask. The sun was beginning to set over New Orleans, painting the sky in shades of red and orange. Lawson was in his office, staring at the wall full of clues, photos, and notes. I had spent weeks in this cycle of obsession, analyzing every detail, every message left by the killer. And yet, the feeling that something was out of place did not leave her. Something as simple as a look or a word could put her on the edge of the abyss, as if she herself were becoming part of this macabre game. I couldn't stop thinking about the words written in blood at each crime scene. I am all and none. The murderer not only killed, but also adopted masks, transformed into different personalities. What if somehow he had manipulated her too? What if the murderer's true face was not what she believed? The night that changed everything began like any other, with a message on his phone. A new body had been found in the Garden District neighborhood, but this time it was not just a body. The killer had left something peculiar, a direct message for her, written on a chalkboard in chalk, strategically placed at the scene of the crime. "You know who I am, Erica. Would you dare to face me?" Lawson felt a chill run down his spine. The killer's manipulation had reached a new level. It was no longer just a series of murders. The killer was challenging her, as if he were playing a twisted game where she was the centerpiece. Her mind quivered, wondering if at this point she really knew the killer, or if he had somehow been guiding her towards this confrontation all along. When he arrived at the scene of the crime, the scene was even more disturbing than he imagined. The victim, a man in his 40s, was completely disfigured, but not in the usual sense. His face had been covered with a mask made of papier-mâché, of a distorted and grotesque human figure. The eyes on the mask were empty, like those of a broken wrist, adding an unsettling touch to the stage. Most disturbingly, the mask seemed to have the same empty expression as the killer, as if the man's identity was being annulled, absorbed by an alien mind. The message on the chalkboard, combined with the macabre scene, made Lawson feel like he was losing control. The murderer was no longer just a figure to be captured. He was something more, something that operated in the shadows, playing with people's identities. When analyzing the body, the forensics discovered something even more chilling. Under the mask, the victim's face showed clear signs of having been altered, as if someone had tried to modify its physiognomy. The jawbones were broken, and the skin had been stretched unnaturally, as if the man had undergone a process to transform into someone else. At that moment, Lawson understood that this murder was not just another execution, it was a symbolic act. The killer didn't just take lives, it took identities, distorted them, turned them into something that could no longer be recognized. He was a psychopath, yes, but one who played God, molding his victims as if they were pieces of a broken sculpture. The mask was not just an object, it was the reflection of the madness that had infected the murderer's mind. With this new revelation, Lawson decided to take a more personal approach. If the killer wanted to confront her, then she would challenge him as well. I couldn't just be an investigator, a passive spectator in this game. It was clear that the killer saw her as his equal, as someone who could understand the distortion of the human mind. She had to get ahead of him, understand his movements before he did it with his. Reports from doctors who had worked with Dr. DuPont kept her trapped in a vicious cycle of analysis, but something began to take shape in her mind. Everything the killer did seemed to be related to a single concept: the destruction of identity. Each crime represented the disappearance of a human being, not only in body, but in soul. The mask he placed on his victims was proof that he had stolen something far more valuable than their lives, their existence. In his obsession with unraveling the killer's motives, Lawson began to see patterns in his own life. Distorted memories of her childhood, of her relationship with her father, began to resurface. She recalled how her father had been under Dr. DuPont's care, but also how her identity had been eroded under his treatment. Was it possible that the killer was replicating what DuPont had done in his own life, stripping people of their individuality and, ultimately, their humanity? Was the killer looking for more than just victims? Was he looking to create some kind of collective of broken personalities that he could control, that he could understand? The more he thought about it, the more he realized that the killer wasn't just killing, he was destroying the pieces of a complex puzzle. One night, while analyzing the reports of previous victims, Lawson saw something he had never noticed before. All of the victims had had some connection to the New Orleans Psychiatric Hospital, but the most puzzling thing was that they had all, in some way, been diagnosed with disorders involving altered identity: schizophrenia, multiple personality disorder, dissociation. It seemed that the killer was creating a kind of gallery of people who reflected his own worldview, fragmented, broken, meaningless. This meant that each victim was not just a victim, but one more step in an experiment that was being carried out with an even greater purpose. The killer was building something that was so big and so twisted that it could destroy everyone around it. The detective, deep in thought, began to fear that she would not be able to catch him. Throughout his career, he had always relied on logic, on the patterns of criminal psychology to understand the minds of murderers. But this case was taking her to dangerous territory, a terrain where logic no longer worked, where the rules of the game did not apply. Every step she took seemed to bring her closer to the truth, but also to the darkness. The killer, it seems, was aware of every move she made. Was it possible that the killer was manipulating her as well, making her part of his twisted game? That's when she got a call. It was a clue, or rather, an invitation. An address in the most remote area of the city where no one dared to go. The killer was daring her to get there, as if she were the final piece of the puzzle. Lawson knew this was the confrontation he had been waiting for, but he also felt a deep unease. The killer was about to strip her of her own identity, perhaps forever. She decided to go alone, convinced that she could not allow others to be dragged into the killer's game. She had to face him, that distorted mind that had fascinated and terrified her so much. When he got to directing, the scene was even more surreal. An old house, apparently uninhabited, stood before her. As she entered, darkness enveloped her like a cloak. The corridors seemed endless, and the echoes of her own footsteps gave her the feeling of being watched from the shadows. Finally, he found a room dimly lit by a candle. In the center, a figure stood with his back turned, and on a table, a grotesque mask rested, staring at Lawson. He knew that there, finally, he would meet the murderer. The confrontation she had been waiting for, that psychological struggle that terrified her so much, was about to begin, and he couldn't escape it. Chapter 9. In the shadows of the mind. The house was silent, but a silence so deep that it echoed in Erica Lawson's ears, as if she were trapped in an endless nightmare. The air in the room was charged, dense, as if the presence of something sinister had taken possession of that space. Her footsteps echoed loudly on the wooden floor, echoing off the walls, but most unsettling was the feeling that she wasn't alone. The figure in the center of the room, with his back turned, stood motionless, as if he were waiting for her. Lawson took a step further, and as he did so, the figure slowly turned, revealing his face. It was a face he had never seen before, but it was strangely familiar to him. He was covered by a mask similar to the ones he had seen on the victims, but something about the man's gaze was different. There was something in her eyes, a spark of recognition, as if he knew exactly who she was. The killer, with terrifying calmness, raised a hand and pointed to the mask on the table, motioning for him to come closer. Lawson couldn't take her eyes off the figure in front of her. Everything in her body told her that she must go back, that she must flee from that house that seemed more and more like a mental prison, but there was something inside her that drove her forward. She couldn't give up now. The killer, knowing that she was trapped in her own thoughts, seemed to enjoy the control he exercised over her. "Do you dare to look under the mask, Erica?" he said in a soft but menacing voice. The words struck a chord with her. His father's name, his past, DuPont's influence. All of that was about to collide in his mind. He slowly walked toward the table, as if he were walking a thin thread between sanity and madness. When he lifted the mask, something strange happened. The surface of the mask was as smooth as human skin, as if it was made of raw flesh, but it was not just any mask. Inside, a familiar face appeared, the face of his own father. Lawson couldn't believe what he was seeing. The murderer had placed his father's face, the same face he remembered with so much fear and love, on the mask. Horror and disbelief took hold of her, but before she could react, the killer spoke again. "How does it feel to be so close to your own destruction, Erica? What does it feel like to see everything you have been taken away from you, little by little?" Lawson recoiled instinctively, his heart pounding in his chest. The mask, now revealed, not only represented the figure of his father, but a grotesque distortion of him. The flesh of the mask seemed to merge with the skin, as if the murderer's mind had manipulated, disrupted, the most basic of human identity. The killer was not only playing with the bodies of his victims, but also with Lawson's deepest memories. With every step she took toward him, she felt like her own psyche was disintegrating. Was he facing the killer, or was he facing the shadows of his own being? Everything I knew about the world of criminology, logic, reason, was now completely distorted. I no longer knew what was real and what wasn't. "You know, Erica," the killer continued as he slowly approached, "I've been watching you for so long. I was waiting for the moment when you could finally see the truth of who you really are." Every word that came out of his mouth was like a sharp edge that cut deeper into his mind. Lawson could feel her thoughts crumble, as if something inside of her was about to completely break. The killer had not only caught her physically, but had begun to invade her mind, her soul. The horror of that revelation was unbearable. But beyond it all, there was one question stirring in her mind. In what ways was he connected to her? How far did the manipulation of the killer go? The fact that her father was so involved in this plot made her question everything. The killer continued to speak, but the words blurred for Lawson. I no longer heard what he said. His thoughts began to fade, choked by the feeling of helplessness. Everything he had done, his whole career, his life had been shaped by this same darkness. An inner scream woke her from her slumber, and with an almost superhuman effort, she forced herself to concentrate. I needed to regain control. I needed to remember that I was a detective, a professional, not just another victim in this man's macabre game. With an effort, he began to collect the pieces of his broken sanity. The murderer wanted to destroy her. He wanted to turn her into another of his victims, but she wasn't going to give in so easily. The killer, seeing that Lawson was beginning to resist, stopped and smiled as if he were enjoying the spectacle. "You've realized what's happening, right? Everything you've done, everything you've been, has been designed for you to stand up to me. I've been waiting for you." His smile widened, and for a moment, Lawson thought he might be losing his sanity entirely. This man had not only manipulated it, but had used it for his own purposes, like a piece of a game that he had already predetermined. "You, Erica, are just another mask in this game," the killer said. "And this mask, the one I am wearing now, is the last one that will fall. All that you know, all that you are, will disappear when I confront you with your own mind." It was then that Lawson understood the magnitude of what he was facing. He was not only fighting a murderer, but a master of psychological manipulation, a man who had dismantled every one of his emotional foundations. Every step she took brought her closer to the destruction of her own identity, and worst of all, she didn't know if she could recover. The killer was playing with her, not just as a detective, but as a human being, and that was the scariest thing of all. For him, there was no limit between life and death, between truth and lies. It was all part of a game that she could not lose, but that she no longer knew how to win. In a fit of fury, Lawson lunged at the killer. His hands, trembling but determined, clung to the mask he was wearing. The struggle was brutal, but deep down, she knew that this was not just a physical struggle. It was a struggle for his own psyche, to keep his humanity intact. Every moment of that confrontation, every scream from the killer, brought her closer to the truth she'd been avoiding facing. She and the killer didn't just share the city. They shared something much deeper. They shared the same emptiness, the same abyss. In a last-ditch effort, Lawson ripped off the killer's mask. The face that appeared before her was that of someone completely different. It was not her father's face, nor the face she had imagined. It was the face of someone unknown, but in her eyes, Lawson saw something that paralyzed her, a shadow of herself. At that moment, he understood the worst of all. He wasn't just facing a killer. He was facing the shadows of his own mind, and if he couldn't control them, he would lose everything. Chapter 10. Final Farewell. The room was permeated with an oppressive, almost suffocating atmosphere. Lawson, breathing heavily, watched the killer with a mixture of hatred and despair. She had torn off the mask, but what she had found underneath did not free her, but plunged her deeper into confusion. On his face was nothing but emptiness, an unsettling smile that didn't seem human, but reflected the distortion of a broken mind. "Did you really think you could escape, Erica?" the killer said, in a tone so soft it was terrifying. Every word of his was like poison that slowly seeped into his veins, destroying his ability to reason. "You, like everyone else, are just one piece of this game. What do you think makes you different? That you are stronger than others?" Lawson gritted his teeth, struggling to remain calm, though his mind was on the verge of collapse. The killer had not only subjected her to his will, but had begun to break her from the inside out. Every revelation, every twisted turn in his psychological game, had made him feel as if he no longer knew who he was. Was it Detective Lawson, the professional who had solved so many cases? Or was he just another victim trapped in the shadows of a deeply disturbed man's mind? "Don't do this to me," Lawson muttered, but his voice trembled. "You don't know me. You don't know what I am capable of." The killer smiled, a gesture so strange and dehumanizing that it gave him chills. "Of course I know you, Erica. I've been watching you slowly fall apart. I've been waiting for you to get to this point, to this moment. And now, at last, you've understood, haven't you? You are just like everyone else, just another broken piece in this puzzle." Every word that came out of his mouth was like a dagger, piercing his psyche with deadly precision. Lawson tried to back away, but his legs were shaking, his body no longer responding. Fear began to devour her, but she forced herself to stand upright. "No," she whispered, more to herself than to him, "I am not going to let you break me." Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind so clear and terrifying that it stopped her in her tracks. What if the killer was right? What if, deep down, she was no different from her victims? There was no logic in his answer, only fear. But fear was the only one that seemed to make sense now. She looked into her own eyes, looking for something that would anchor her to reality, and saw a distorted reflection, as if she herself were trapped inside the labyrinth of the killer's mind. The lines between victim and pursuer blurred, and for an instant, everything she knew became a dense mist that swept her away. The killer slowly advanced towards her, his steps light, almost as if he was enjoying the torment he caused. Do you know what the game means, Erica? The game is simple. The one who is stronger, the one who stays sane, will win. But you've already fallen, I know. You've done it from the beginning. When you started researching, you did it because you knew there was something in you that needed to be destroyed. And I just gave you the final push. Lawson couldn't bear to hear those words, but something inside her rebelled. No, you haven't, he replied, his voice now firmer. I am not going to let you make me believe I am just like you. I am not like you. The killer looked at her, and his smile faded momentarily as if he was searching for an answer. But then, something changed in him, and his face distorted into a grimace of rage. You don't understand anything, Erica. I've always played this game alone. The rules are clear. Everything you are, everything you've ever known, everything you think is real, is destined to disappear. And I am the one who's going to erase all that. Not only will I destroy you, but I will transform you, because you are also part of this game, and you know it. Lawson took a step back, but his mind was no longer trapped in fear. Something in his words gave him strength. I am not going to be part of your game. I am not going to fall. With unexpected rapidity, Lawson leapt toward him, moving forward in the darkness of the room, his mind running on automatic. I had stopped thinking about the consequences, about the pain. All he cared about was surviving. The killer tried to stop her, but she, with renewed strength, pushed him back, skidding on the slippery ground. Physical confrontation wasn't what mattered at the time. It was the mental confrontation that was at stake. The killer stared at her, and for an instant, Lawson felt his world reeling again, as if he was about to lose the war of his own mind. But then a flash of clarity came over her. He was not immortal. He was not invincible. And no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't control his mind forever. This is the end, Lawson said in a trembling voice, but full of determination. The end of your games, the end of your control. This time, it's me who decides. And with that decision, Lawson felt something inside her break free. The killer, seeing the transformation in her, took a step back, a flash of doubt flashing across his eyes. You can't stop the inevitable, he said in a defiant tone. But Lawson, now more confident than ever, looked at him without hesitation. What is inevitable for you is not inevitable for me. With one last defiant look, the killer began to back away. But before he could flee, Lawson quickly stepped forward, using everything he had learned throughout his career and his internal battles to finally take control of the situation. With a single quick and precise movement, he pinned him down, defeating him not only physically, but also mentally. The murderer, finally defeated, fell to his knees, unable to comprehend how a mind as fractured as his had been vanquished. Lawson had won. The murderer said nothing more. She just stood there, defeated, while Lawson, exhausted but victorious, watched him. He had lost a lot in that matchup, more than he had imagined. But in that moment, he knew he had won something far more important than victory over the killer. He had recovered his life, his identity, his sanity, and at last, the terror that had been lurking in his mind from the beginning began to fade. The House of Voices. Chapter 1. The first disappeared. The fog that covered London that night was not typical of cold winters, but a dense curtain that crawled through the streets, devouring everything in its path. The air felt thick, as if the city itself were breathing silently, waiting for something. In the Holloway neighborhood, an old, impoverished neighborhood full of houses that seemed to crumble over time. Thomas Blake's disappearance was the latest echo of a series of strange incidents that no one knew how to explain. A young man of barely 17 disappeared without a trace, except for a small and strange clue. A trail of blood that began at the door of his house and ended on the threshold of the most feared mansion in the suburb, the famous House of Voices. The police had already searched the area, but the mystery remained the same. Thomas Blake had simply disappeared, and the trail of blood offered no clue beyond his disturbing address. No one wanted to approach the mansion, not the witnesses, not the officers themselves. They said that the house was cursed, that the screams of the dead still resounded in its walls. Crane didn't believe in superstitions, but something in his gut told him that this time, a young man's disappearance might be linked to something much darker than a simple crime. The inspector observed the mansion from a safe distance. The building seemed to be as dilapidated as any other in the London suburbs, but there was something about it that caused a palpable uneasiness. It wasn't just its age or the layer of moss that covered its walls, but the way the fog enveloped it, as if the house itself was breathing, waiting for something, or someone. The mansion had been built centuries ago by the Eldridge family, a wealthy and powerful family in their time, but no one spoke of them without some misgivings. The rumors about their fall were dark, and most of the neighbors preferred to forget that they existed, afraid of what they might have done in their glory days. Crane slowly approached the door of the mansion. The wood was rotten and the lock rusted, as if the house had been abandoned for decades. However, when he pushed it, the door gave way with a creak. A cold and strange wind came out of the darkness of the house, as if it were inviting the inspector in, as if it were waiting for him. Despite the discomfort he felt, Crane didn't hesitate for a moment. I knew that the answers to the disappearances of the last few months were there, within those walls. Young Thomas, like so many others before him, had to be there. The interior of the mansion was plunged into darkness. The only sound that could be heard was the echo of Crane's footsteps on the dust on the wooden floor, which creaked under his weight. As he made his way down what might once have been a grandiose hallway, he noticed how dilapidated everything was. The moldy walls, the crooked and broken old paintings, and the heavy air that enveloped it. There was something unsettling about the silence that reigned inside, a deep silence, as if the house were absorbing any noise, any life that dared to enter. The inspector felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't just the presence of the mansion that was unsettling him, but something deeper, something that was watching him, waiting for his next move. Arriving at one of the main rooms, Crane stopped in front of a broken window. From there he could see the neighborhood, shrouded in fog, but something in the reflection of the stained glass made him shudder. A flash, almost imperceptible, of what appeared to be shadowy figures sliding down the walls. When he tried to concentrate on getting a better look, the vision disappeared, as if he had never been there. He decided to keep moving forward. The corridor narrowed as he got deeper into the house. His footsteps were almost silent, but his senses were alert. The voices, it was then that he heard them for the first time. Whispers, soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. They didn't come from any particular direction, but they seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Crane stopped in his tracks. He couldn't tell if they were echoes of the past or if someone, or something, was there with him. He tightened his grip on his flashlight, as if the light were his only defense against what lurked in the darkness. With each step he took, the whispers grew louder, clearer. Although he could not understand what they were saying, a sense of terror began to take shape in his chest. The air was heavy with something, intangible. Suddenly, one of the nearby doors opened with a creak that made Crane jump. He went in quickly, hoping to find some clue that might explain what was happening. But what he found was even more puzzling. The room, seemingly empty, was completely clean, except for an old wooden chair in the center. As Crane approached, he noticed that the dust on the ground was disturbed. as if someone had recently walked there. Suddenly, the voices that had been whispering on the walls intensified, and a gust of icy air swept through the room. The door slammed shut behind him, trapping him inside. A thud echoed from somewhere in the house, and Crane, his heart racing, realized that he was no longer alone. Something was in the house, something that didn't want him to be there. The voices were no longer whispers. Now they were screams, cries of pain, as if the souls of the dead were desperately trying to reach the living. The house of voices, Crane thought, was really alive. A chill ran down his spine as he tried unsuccessfully to open the door. It didn't matter how hard I pushed. The door remained closed. The voices grew, echoed in his mind, as if they wanted to dominate him, as if they were trying to drag him to a place he could not leave. Then, the inspector heard the worst of all, the sound of something crawling behind him, something big, something heavy, slowly approaching. The last word that crossed his mind was clear and simple: Thomas. The missing young man probably wasn't there by accident. Something in the mansion had attracted him, and perhaps, now, it was Crane's turn. The house was waiting, and he, without knowing it, was already part of her dark story. Chapter 2: The Legend of the Mansion. As he finally left the mansion, the fresh, early morning air hit his face in relief. However, something inside Jonathan Crane had changed. Although he had left the voices and darkness behind, the feeling that something was lurking in the shadows still accompanied him. The house, with its dense and oppressive silence, seemed to have marked him in some way. The inspector, exhausted but determined, needed answers, and he knew that only a deeper investigation into the mansion's history could provide them. So he headed towards the old neighborhood library, where, according to rumors, there were still records of the former owners of the house. The library, an ancient building that stood in the center of the neighborhood, was filled with dusty books and journals that the centuries had forgotten. The atmosphere of the library was solemn, almost ritualistic, as if every page that had been written and read there was imbued with something much greater than just words. The librarian, an older man with thick glasses and a tired look, looked at him suspiciously when Crane asked him for information about the mansion. "That house has been empty for longer than I can remember," he said, wiping his hands on his apron before continuing. "And let's not talk about what happened there all those years ago. Nobody in the neighborhood wants to talk about the Eldridges." The surname Eldridge echoed in Crane's mind, as if the walls of the mansion were whispering his name. The Eldridges had been an influential family, with riches that rivaled those of royalty, but also known for their strange behaviors. The earliest accounts told of secret rituals, meetings in the dark, and pacts with forces that did not belong to this world. Crane couldn't ignore the growing sense that everything was related: the disappearances, the voices, the mansion itself. He needed to find more, to understand once and for all what the hell had happened in that place. The librarian, after an awkward pause, walked over to a dusty corner of the library and pulled out a small notebook, worn out by the years. "Here is what's left," he said, handing the object to Crane. The inspector flipped through the pages quickly. The notebook contained fragments of a diary belonging to the last surviving member of the Eldridges, a man named Horace Eldridge. In the first pages, the diary narrated a life of opulence and excess. But soon, the words became more erratic, more paranoid. Horace spoke of strange dreams, voices whispering to him in the dark, and finally of a pact he had made with beings from another plane. Crane felt trapped by what he was reading. Horace described how, in a desperate attempt to gain more power and riches, he had resorted to arcane rituals, guided by ancient texts that had fallen into his hands. The sacrifice was a necessity, an act required by the demons whom he had invoked. The more he read, the more he understood that the ritual performed in the mansion had not been a simple religious practice, but a link to dark forces that still resided there. "The blood of the sacrificed feeds the house," Horace wrote. and the voices of those we have left behind will continue to whisper until the covenant is renewed. With a knot in his stomach, Crane put the notebook down on the table. The words seemed an echo of what he had experienced earlier that night in the mansion, the feeling that something was watching him, awaiting his arrival. The story of the Eldridge family, though told in an almost delirious tone, came alive before his eyes. If what Horace said was true, then the mansion was not only an abandoned place, but an altar, a link between two worlds, that of the living and that of the dead. The disappearance of Thomas Blake was not an isolated case, but one more link in a chain that went back centuries. Determined to move forward with the investigation, Crane left the library and headed to the nearest church, where the elders of the neighborhood used to gather. There he hoped to find more testimonies that might shed light on what had happened at the mansion and on the Eldridges. In the small church, the smell of incense still hung in the air, and the sound of bells seemed to warn those entering about the gravity of the place. In the corner of the church, a group of elders were chatting quietly, as if they were exchanging secrets that were never meant to be revealed. As Crane approached, one of the elders, a man with a glazed gaze and a broken voice, recognized him instantly. "You are going to the House of Voices, right?" he said bluntly, as if that question were a sentence. "Tea here is nothing good there, boy. Nothing you find will bring you peace." Crane nodded, but he wasn't about to give up his search. He needed to know more, and this man, even though his face was marked by age and sadness, could be the key to understanding what really happened in that mansion. The old man sighed deeply and began to speak, his voice a whisper that barely crossed his lips. The Eldridges weren't just a wealthy family, they were different, he began. They were often seen going in and out of the mansion with strange faces, as if they didn't belong in this world. Rumor had it that they had access to ancient books, grimoires filled with dark secrets. Many said that the mansion was cursed, that it was built on a cursed earth, like an altar for what we cannot comprehend. The man stopped, looking at Crane with a terrified expression. Worst of all, his power didn't come from magic, but from something far more sinister, something that still remains there. Crane frowned, acknowledging that something much bigger than a simple sacrificial ritual was at play. The elders spoke of the house as if it were a living entity, as if it was nourished by more than just the Eldridge's history. The whispers he had heard in the mansion were beginning to take shape in his mind. The inspector wasn't just investigating a series of disappearances. He was unearthing a truth that had remained hidden for centuries. And now, that dark secret seemed to have awakened again, eager to consume those who got too close. Leaving the church, Crane couldn't help but look once more towards the mansion. The sun was beginning to set, and the shadows of the house were getting longer, as if it wanted to reach him. The feeling of being watched enveloped him again, but this time, he didn't just feel fear. I felt an urgency, a need to understand what was happening, because I knew that the darkness I had awakened would not stop until it had swept it all away. Inspector Jonathan Crane was caught in a web of secrets, and the House of Voices was undoubtedly the center of it all. Chapter 3. The Door That Doesn't Exist. The city of London seemed to be enveloped in an air of tension that no one could explain. The fog, dense and persistent, carried with it the same palpable fear that had taken hold of the inhabitants of Holloway's neighborhood. Ever since his last visit to the mansion, Crane had felt a weight on his mind, as if the walls of that place were calling him, as if the darkness of the house had marked him. Thomas Blake's disappearance was just the beginning, and he knew that the truth he sought was locked in some corner of the mansion, a corner that had not yet been discovered. Something hidden and deadly awaited there, and the inspector would not rest until he found it. The next morning, Crane returned to the mansion, determined to explore every corner of the building further. I knew I could no longer trust the accounts of others, or the stories of the old people in the neighborhood. Only by facing the unknown could he get answers. The inspector carried with him a flashlight, his notebook, and a feeling of uneasiness that accompanied him at every step. When they arrived, the mansion looked just like before, imposing, gloomy, as if it were an entity that absorbed everything around it. The air, cold and damp, seemed to be filled with unseen presences, watching in silence. He entered the house again with the same feeling of being watched. The place was desolate, but not empty. There was something in its walls, something I couldn't see, but I could feel. The trail of blood he had followed there was still fresh in his mind, like a warning. The mansion seemed to be alive, pulsating with a dark energy, a presence that was unseen but was always present. The inspector walked down the main hallway, his footsteps echoing in the stillness of the house, his eyes sweeping over every detail, looking for something to guide him. Suddenly, something strange happened. A door, which had hitherto remained closed, opened by itself before him. Crane didn't remember seeing her before. It was an antique door, made of solid wood, decorated with intricate carvings that seemed to be ancient symbols I didn't recognize. The door seemed to be taken from another time, as if it had been closed for centuries. However, when he looked at it, something inside him told him that he had to enter, that this door was the key. His instincts pushed him forward, though a part of him wished to go back. Crossing the threshold, the inspector found himself in a small corridor that was not listed in the plan of the house he had previously reviewed. The structure of the place seemed to be changing, as if the walls of the mansion were not fixed, as if they were adapted to the needs of something much older and more powerful than any human construction. The hallway was dark, but the light from Crane's flashlight illuminated a series of strange marks on the walls, marks that did not appear to be of human origin. They were symbols and lines that seemed to move, twist, as if they were alive, as if someone or something was sculpting the stone in real time. Crane continued forward, determined to reach the end of the hall. As he walked, the voices began again, soft at first, as if they were whispering right behind him. He could hear unintelligible words, mixed with laughter and muffled screams, as if the dead were talking to each other. But worst of all was the feeling that as he went, voices not only surrounded him but chased him, getting closer and closer, as if trying to catch him. The inspector gritted his teeth, but he didn't stop. I knew I had to keep going. The truth was there, closer than I thought. At the end of the hallway, he found what he had been looking for. A door, larger than the others, with a strange and disconcerting design. The frame was covered in markings and symbols that seemed to vibrate in the light of the flashlight, as if they were waiting to be unlocked. Crane noticed that although the door was locked, there was no lock. However, something inside him told him not to open it, but the sense of urgency that came over him was stronger than his fear. He knew that inside that room he would find something that would explain the disappearances, something that would unravel the mansion's dark past. Without further thought, Crane pushed open the door. To his surprise, he gave in easily, as if he was waiting for him. Crossing the threshold, the inspector found himself in a room he had never seen before. It was small, almost a chamber, with walls covered in ancient tapestries that seemed to crumble just by looking at them. In the center of the room there was an altar. It was a stone table, on which was an old book covered with dust, and around it, the same symbols I had seen on the walls of the corridor. But strangest of all was the feeling that time stopped as you entered there, as if the place was suspended in a dimension outside of reality. As he approached the altar, Crane felt a pressure in the air, a feeling of heaviness that made him hard to breathe. The book on the altar was open, and although the light of his lantern illuminated the pages, he could not read anything. The letters seemed to move, to change shape, as if they were a forgotten language that refused to be deciphered. However, as he watched, something began to take shape in his mind. The words were not random. There was a pattern, a structure that guided him. The inspector understood it, although unconsciously, as if the house itself were inducing him to decipher it. It was then that a figure materialized before him, a ghostly figure, with a distorted face, covered by a dark cloak. The figure said nothing, but its presence was unmistakable. The inspector couldn't move. He couldn't stop looking at her. The figure seemed to be emerging from the shadows, as if it had been waiting there for centuries. Suddenly, the figure raised a hand to the book and, in an almost ritualistic gesture, pointed to a particular page. As he looked at the page, Crane felt a surge of terror. The illustration on the page showed a door similar to the one he had just walked through, but with something much more sinister. A golden key with an ancient symbol that fit perfectly into the invisible lock. Crane tried to back away, but his legs were unresponsive. The figure kept pointing at the book, as if it were forcing him to understand. Then he heard a whisper, soft, almost imperceptible, coming from the very walls of the room. The door does not exist. Sacrifice opens it. The inspector understood what it meant. What had entered was not an ordinary door. He had crossed a threshold into a place where the rules of reality did not apply. The mansion, the House of Voices, was not only built on secrets from the past, it was built on a threshold to something much deeper and more terrifying. And worst of all now, he was also part of that story. Chapter 4. Faces in the darkness. Inspector Crane could not take his eyes off the book, nor from the being that materialized before him. The spectral figure seemed to fade and resurface with each blink of her lantern, as if feeding on the very darkness that surrounded her. The walls of the room pulsated, and the voices, now clearer, began to surround him like a cold wind that caressed him with unintelligible whispers. As the air grew heavier, the pressure on his chest increased, as if the house were claiming something from him, something vital, something he couldn't identify. Deep down, he knew that he had crossed a line that had no return. The mansion was no longer just a building, but a living entity, and now he was part of its macabre cycle. Suddenly, the shadows began to move. The tapestries on the walls, which had once looked dead, began to undulate as if breathing, while shadowy figures appeared and disappeared between the folds of the dark fabric. In an instant, the faces materialized. They were distorted faces, twisted in a mixture of despair, pain, and fury. They were lurking, their empty eyes fixed on Crane, but they weren't human figures. There was something around it, something that challenged the very nature of the flesh. The inspector felt his skin stand on end as the voices grew louder, a cacophony of wails and screams that enveloped him mercilessly. His heart racing, Crane tried to back away, but the ground beneath his feet seemed to become sticky, as if the mansion itself was trying to hold him down. The faces continued their macabre dance, approaching, watching, their mouths open in a mute cry that froze his blood. In his mind, the words, "Sacrifice opens it," kept resounding like a distant and terrifying echo. What sacrifice? What did the mansion require of him? As he tried to clear his mind, a stabbing pain in his chest forced him to look down. On his chest, a dark spot, as if the house itself was marking him, began to slowly expand. The walls closed around him, the faces seemed to get closer, and the voices were now clear. "You are going to be one of us." A shudder ran through his body, and terror took over his mind. The inspector quickly backed away, but the door he had entered through was no longer there. She had disappeared, swallowed by the shadows. Instead, there was only an empty space, a black chasm that seemed to devour the light. Crane stared desperately, looking for a way out, but the room had transformed into an endless maze of shadows and erratic figures. The altar was still there, the book still open on its macabre page, and the voices, more and more insistent, surrounded it. Time seemed to have stopped, but the pressure in the air, the feeling of being watched, only increased. It was then that, in a corner of the room, Crane saw something he had not noticed before, one more figure which seemed to emerge slowly from the shadows. It was a human silhouette, but the figure's skin seemed to be torn, hanging as if it were paper. He had no face, just a vague way in which the eyes, mouth, and features seemed to move and disappear into blackness. It was the face of a person who had not existed in this world for a long time, a mask of suffering. But beyond all that, the inspector felt that this figure knew him, that he was watching him with a consciousness far older than any human being. The figure took a step toward him, and a gust of cold wind tore through the room, extinguishing Crane's lantern and plunging him into complete darkness. The inspector was completely blind, but the presence of the figure, the weight of its existence, was unmistakable. Somehow Crane knew that this thing didn't belong in this world. He was one of the souls trapped in the mansion, a spirit that had been condemned to wander there forever. However, something inside him told him that he was not alone. He wasn't being watched by that figure alone, but by all the faces around him, by all those ancient presences that had been trapped in the walls of the mansion. In the midst of absolute darkness, the voices became clearer, more desperate. Now he could understand them, although he did not want them. "We saw you coming," they whispered, "and now you can't escape. You are one of us." Terrified, Crane tried to move, but his body was unresponsive. Something held him in place, something invisible, as if the mansion itself had claimed his soul. He felt his heart pounding, racing, as if he were being sucked into the blackness around him. A cold sweat ran down his forehead, and despair completely invaded him. Was he stuck there forever? Was he becoming one of them? At that precise moment, the faceless figure moved closer. It was the only thing Crane could see in the dark. A spasm of terror ran through his body as he felt a cold, ethereal hand land on his shoulder. The figure, speechless, slowly raised a hand and brought it to his empty face. Somehow, Crane knew what would happen next. The faces, the screams, the trapped souls, everything would merge into a single being, into a single destiny. He would be one with them. But something, a spark of logic in his mind, made him react. In her bag, there was something she had forgotten, an ancient amulet, a relic she had been given before she went out on her research. It was said to have protective properties, although he never believed in such superstitions. However, at that moment, he was willing to try it. With a titanic effort, Crane pulled out the amulet and held it in front of him, in his trembling hands. The faceless figure stopped, as if an invisible barrier separated him from him. In the blink of an eye, the air in the room seemed to change. The voices trailed off, and the faces on the walls vanished like smoke. The faceless figure disappeared into the darkness, taking with it the feeling of oppression. Crane didn't understand what had happened, but the mansion was no longer so heavy. The darkness was still there, but there was something inside him that had changed. He wasn't out of danger, but he had gained something, a truce, a respite, the time needed to find out what was really going on in that house. Even if he didn't fully understand it, Crane knew that the mansion hadn't freed him. It had only given him a break, a small chance to find a way out. Now, more than ever, he felt that time was running out. The house had touched him, and the inspector knew he couldn't escape it without facing what was hidden inside. Chapter 5. The Echo of Sacrifice. The amulet was still warm in Crane's hands, his only source of comfort in this moment of despair. The inspector was breathing heavily, his lungs struggling for air in a heavy environment that seemed to absorb all the light that remained. The mansion, though momentarily quiet, was far from a salvation. What he had experienced in that dark space could not simply be a figment of his imagination or fear. Something far more sinister was happening there, something that transcended time and logic. The darkness had not set him free. I had observed it, studied it, and in a way, tried it. The real horror was yet to be revealed. He advanced slowly, the sound of his footsteps being the only thing he could hear in the midst of that unsettling atmosphere. The corridor stretched out before him, but it no longer looked the same. The walls, once filled with symbols, were now stained with something that looked like blood, dark stains sliding to the floor. The smell, pungent and nauseating, enveloped him, as if the house itself had vomited its own memories. Crane didn't need to see any further to understand that the sacrifice wasn't just a past event. It was a never-ending cycle, a cycle to which now he seemed to be tied. In the background, the door of the secret room, the one that had disappeared moments before, had been reconfigured. Now it was there again, wide open. Crane, though aware of the dangers that awaited him behind that door, knew that he could not turn around. Research had taken him too far, and the answers he needed were within that room. The inspector took a deep breath, clutched the amulet in his hand, and crossed the threshold. The air inside was even denser, as if time had stopped completely. As he entered, his eyes were immediately drawn to the altar, the same one he had seen before, but now with a new presence. On the stone table, something had changed. It was not a physical object, but an energy, a vibration in the air that made it almost palpable. The book, still open on the same page, seemed to radiate a faint glow. But what disturbed him most was the creaking on the walls. The voices so close were no longer whispers. Now they were screaming. They screamed with palpable desperation, as if they were trying to warn him, or perhaps call him. Crane walked down the aisle, but something stopped him. A shadow, at first small, began to move on the stone table. It was a human figure, but with diffuse outlines, as if it were made of dark mist. The figure slowly raised its head, and Crane's eyes met those of the entity. They were not human eyes, but two empty pits that reflected everything the inspector feared. The shadow opened his mouth, and the words came from his lips, not like a sound, but like a vibration that pierced the air. "The sacrifice was not enough," he said. "He always comes back." With a shudder, Crane took a step back. The figure faded away as quickly as it had appeared, but its presence continued to fill the room. Now, the inspector understood something he had not been able to understand before. The sacrifice made in that house was not an isolated event, nor an act of madness by a disturbed family. It was part of something much bigger, much older. The mansion not only kept the echoes of those atrocious acts, it was a conduit, a place where time bent and souls trapped returned again and again, feeding the darkness that dwelt within its walls. As Crane stood there, his soul filled with terrifying realization, something strange happened. The walls seemed to shake and the shadows began to lengthen, as if the house was reacting to their presence. It was then that, in a corner of the room, a small crack opened in the stone. A thick, dense mist began to emerge from the crack, which quickly began to take shape until it became a human figure. The figure was faceless, but there was something familiar about his posture, the way he moved, as if he had been a part of the mansion forever. Crane couldn't move. The mist slowly approached him, and when it was only a few inches from his face, the figure whispered, "They are the sacrificed ones, all of them, without exception, and you, Inspector, will be the last." The mist disappeared with a sigh, but the echo of his words lingered in Crane's mind, like a curse pronounced in the depths of time. The inspector understood that the mansion was not simply possessed. It was an altar, a place of transmutation where the dead did not rest, where they were transformed and returned, condemned to repeat their destiny. The atmosphere became oppressive, as if the house itself was slowly crumbling, but without losing its strength. The altar was still there, but what Crane had thought of as a simple stone table now seemed like a portal to a darker place, a place where the dead and the living were in eternal limbo. Every inch of that house was permeated with the suffering of those who had been sacrificed, and the inspector realized that the mansion was not only looking for human souls. Its true intention was to nurture something much older, a power that should never have been unleashed. "No!" shouted Crane. though he wasn't sure if he was screaming for him or for all those who had fallen victim to that cursed place. The energy in the air became even thicker, and the instant his words faded away, the mansion seemed to respond. A deep roar, an inhuman sound echoing from the bottom of the earth, began to vibrate from the walls. The voices, now louder than ever, seemed to sing, not with joy, but with a macabre satisfaction, as if the ritual were close to completion. In a last attempt to escape, Crane began to retreat, but his feet would not obey him. The ground beneath him began to shake, as if the house itself was tearing its roots out of the ground. The door through which he had entered disappeared, and all that remained was the shadow of the figure, which stretched over the altar. The faces appeared again, this time with terrifying clarity. They were not just reflections of past victims. Now, his eyes fixed on Crane seemed to demand something from him, something he didn't fully understand, but could feel in every fiber of his being. The mansion was closing in on him, like a trap. The sacrifice, that ancient dark act, was about to be repeated. The echo of the figure's words echoed in his mind. He always comes back. And Crane understood the horrible truth. The house would never stop claiming lives, because each sacrifice only fed its power, and each lost soul made it stronger. Unable to help himself, the inspector felt the darkness claim him, absorb him. The faces, the shadows, the whispers, everything came together in a single cry of despair, an eternal echo that would never be extinguished. Chapter 6. The presence in the house. Crane had fallen to the ground. His body was exhausted, covered by a layer of cold sweat that made him feel as if he was suspended in limbo. The mansion was no longer just a building. Now he was a living creature, a breathing being, watching him from the shadows. The inspector felt his own heartbeat echo in the empty hallways, as if his heartbeat was in sync with the pulse of the house itself. Every step he took in that place seemed to be a deeper condemnation, an entrance into the unknown that took him even further away from the possibility of escape. The voices, which had previously faded into the distance, were now so close that he felt them being whispered directly in his ear. They weren't just wails or screams, they were words formed by something much deeper, something that extended beyond human understanding. The wind seemed to blow strongly inside the house, but it wasn't coming from anywhere in particular. It was everywhere, as if the walls were breathing, exhaling an icy air that enveloped him, pressed him, crushed him. In that charged air, Crane could clearly hear the voices, and among them, one resounded with terrifying force. "You are going to be one of us." The inspector tried to get up, but his body was slow to respond. He was caught in a sea of incomprehensible sensations, as if time itself was crumbling around him. The memories of his life before arriving at the mansion faded, and the only thing that was clear was that this house had absolute power over him. He had come there looking for answers, but what he had found were not facts, not clues, but a primordial force that had marked him from the first moment. He felt the presence of something far older and more powerful than any human entity, something he was waiting for to give way. The corridors, which had once seemed endless, now lengthened endlessly. Each turn, each closed door, only plunged him further into a spiral of confusion. There was something about the way the walls were warped, the way the shadows slipped between them, that made him understand that the mansion wasn't just a physical place. It was an extension of the evil that inhabited it, a reflection of the souls trapped within its walls. Every step he took was like an attempt to move in an impossible dream, where the rules of reality did not exist. Logic had ceased to be useful in that place, and despair was beginning to be its only companion. Walking down an especially long hallway, Crane began to notice the doors around him opening and closing on their own, for no apparent reason. The shadows within each room seemed to move, as if something or someone was watching him at every moment. A cold current ran down his spine when, suddenly, a figure appeared at the end of the hallway. She wasn't human, or a shadow, or one of those faceless entities she'd seen before. It was something much stranger. A tall figure, in a black robe that seemed to merge with the shadows themselves, walked toward him with unearthly slowness. Crane's heart pounded, but his legs didn't respond. The figure advanced unhurriedly, but the sense of danger increased with each step he took. The inspector felt as if that presence could read his every thought, as if it were bearing his soul before him. The figure moved even closer, and his eyes, empty pits of darkness, locked onto him. It was a look that went through his body, his mind, as if there was nothing more real in the world than that entity and its dominion over the mansion. "What is this?" whispered Crane, almost not daring to make a sound. But the figure did not respond. She only stopped a few meters away from him, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared as if she had never been there. However, his presence remained. The air was getting thicker, the atmosphere more charged, as if the house itself were feeding on her fears. The voices began to intensify, and the shadows around him seemed to move more aggressively. It was as if the mansion was alive, aware of its fear, and feeding on it to continue to grow in power. Crane continued walking, guided by an inexplicable need to understand what was happening. In the distance, he reached a new door. This one didn't look special, but something inside her told her to open it. As he did so, he was greeted by a distinct, darker, narrower corridor. In the background, a human figure was standing, looking towards him. This time, it wasn't a shadow or a spectral entity, but a real person, or at least, it seemed so. His face was in shadow, but he could see the outline of a male figure. However, something about his movements was unnatural, as if he was floating rather than walking. "Inspector Crane." The figure's voice rang in his ears, and for a moment, the inspector thought he might be dreaming. The voice was deep and deep, but at the same time loaded with a suffering that made him shudder. "You've been searching for answers, but you'll never be able to escape them. You are here for a reason. The sacrifice has begun, and you will not be able to stop it." The words hung in the air like poison, and a sense of indescribable horror came over Crane. "Who are you?" shouted Crane, unable to contain himself any longer. "What do they want from me?" The figure did not immediately respond. Instead, she began to walk towards him slowly, heavy footsteps echoing off the walls. As he approached, Crane noticed that his face, which had previously been in shadow, was beginning to be visible, and what he saw took his breath away. It was not a human face, but a distorted amalgam of flesh and blood, with empty eyes and an expression of eternal agony. He was one of the souls trapped in that house, one of the victims of the ancient sacrificial rituals. "They brought us here, and now we're all a part of it," the figure said, as it faded before Crane's eyes. "Everyone except you." The room grew even darker, and the inspector, paralyzed with fear, tried to back away. Voices surrounded him, whispering and laughing in a language he no longer understood. The faces of the victims, those who had been sacrificed, manifested on the walls, their empty eyes staring at Crane, as if they expected something from him. The shadows, now with a life of their own, rose like tentacles that sought to trap him. "No!" shouted Crane, trying to escape, but he couldn't move. The ground was crumbling beneath his feet, and shadows were enveloping him. Everything I had known, everything that had been, vanished at that moment. The mansion was no longer a physical place. It was an entity that had absorbed him, that had claimed him as his own. With each breath, the voices grew louder, more insidious. At that moment, the inspector understood the truth. The mansion not only trapped the souls of the sacrificed, but also fed on those who entered, sealing their fate forever. With a last breath of desperation, Crane tried to scream, but couldn't. Everything went out. Chapter 7. Trapped Souls. The air thickened, as if everything in the mansion was swallowing Crane, twisting his body and mind. It didn't matter where I looked. The shadows seemed to have a life of their own, rising like hungry beasts watching him, waiting for the right moment to devour him completely. The faces of the sacrificed, distorted into a grimace of eternal pain, appeared in every corner of the mansion. Although he couldn't see the details clearly, the shadows of his empty eyes were the only thing keeping him aware of his own existence. He was surrounded, trapped in a place with no time or place, where lost souls were only looking for more victims to feed their doom. Crane tried to move, but every time he moved, he felt something holding him down, as if the air itself had begun to squeeze him, enveloping him until he almost didn't let him breathe. It was as if those trapped souls, those who had been sacrificed and condemned to roam the mansion, were playing with him, playing with their fear. The voices intensified, mingled into a chaotic murmur that turned into heart-rending screams, cries of despair and suffering that never ceased. It was all a nightmare from which he could not awaken, an endless trap, like a labyrinth of torment designed to tear his soul apart. Suddenly, the light that had remained in the corridor flickered, and a figure appeared at the end of it. Crane stopped, not knowing if it was a vision or something real. It was not a shadow, nor a manifestation of the dead. This figure looked human, but something about it didn't fit. Her silhouette was vague, blurry, as if distorted by a layer of fog. Still, something about her presence was comforting, like a kind of relief that drew him to her, away from the shadows that stalked him. He couldn't trust what he saw, but at that moment, anything was better than the shadows around him. The figure advanced slowly but surely, as if he was not afraid of anything. Every step he took echoed off the walls, as if he were setting the pace of the mansion itself. Crane felt his body relax for the first time in hours, as if something about that presence restored his hope, though he knew he shouldn't trust what his eyes were showing him. When the figure was close enough, Crane could see its face. He was not a living person. His skin was gray, dull, and his gaze, empty and lifeless, was that of someone who had been trapped there for centuries. But there was something else. His expression was one of infinite sadness, as if he were in such deep pain that he could only communicate through his presence. "Who are you?" asked Crane, his voice a whisper. The figure raised his hand, pointing to a corner of the mansion where a seemingly invisible door appeared out of nowhere. The door, though shapeless, emanated a soft, diffused light, like a distress call. The inspector didn't know what to do. The figure did not respond to his words, but something in his gaze urged him to follow her. Not understanding how, Crane found himself walking towards that door, as if his body no longer belonged to him. The shadows were still lurking, but for some reason they seemed to recoil from the figure, fearful of its power. When he opened the door, he found a room completely different from the others he had seen in the mansion. There was no furniture, just an empty, desolate space, as if it had been stripped of any human essence. In the center, a circle of lit candles surrounded a small stone, which emanated a strange energy. The figure vanished into thin air before Crane could ask him any more, but instead, something began to manifest in the circle. An image formed within the stone, a vision that began to fill the air with a faint glow. What he saw took his breath away. It was the story of the mansion, but not a normal story. The stone seemed to show a sequence of intertwined images, an ancient ritual, a wealthy family that had lost control of something greater than themselves, and a sacrifice that had unleashed a dark entity. The souls that had been sacrificed were not gone. Their spirits were still trapped in the mansion, doomed to relive their suffering over and over again. The stone seemed to show the process in which those souls merged with the mansion itself, making it a prison for all who entered its interior. The images became more vivid, and the inspector felt a pressure in his chest, as if the same evil that stalked these beings was trying to enter his mind. In horror, Crane realized that he wasn't just looking at the mansion's past. I was seeing what was about to happen to him. He himself was going to be trapped there, doomed to be one of those trapped souls, as a reflection of the suffering of all those who had come before him. But for some reason, the figure who had led him there didn't seem to want that to happen. In the vision, the sacrifices were not just human. They were damned souls, souls who had to offer themselves to the darkness to continue feeding the mansion's cycle. Crane tried to back away, but the shadows around him began to move faster. He couldn't escape his vision. He couldn't escape that curse. The circle of candles began to burn harder, and the ground beneath it cracked. In the center of the stone, a figure appeared again. It was not human, not even a shadow, but a pure manifestation of what inhabited the mansion. He was the being who had created all this, the origin of the evil that had been unleashed. His face was full of fury, but also of infinite sadness. And in his eyes, Crane saw something he would never forget, a promise. "You are one of us now," the figure said, his voice echoing in Crane's mind. "Nothing can save you. You are already trapped." At that moment, the inspector felt the weight of his fate crush him. Sacrifice, evil, damned souls. Everything that had happened, everything I had discovered, had been only the beginning of an eternity of suffering. The pain of the trapped souls became its own pain, and the mansion was no longer a physical place. He was a living being, a monster fueled by despair. Crane had fallen into his trap, and there was no way out. The mansion had claimed him, and he, like the souls before him, was doomed never to see the light of day again. Chapter 8. The Return of the Dead. The time in the mansion had lost its meaning. It no longer mattered whether it was day or night. Every corner was plunged into a darkness that seemed to feed on its own existence, as if the house itself had come to life and swallowed up every trace of light. Shadows were no longer limited to moving on walls. They seemed to take shape, moving through the corridors with their own intentions. Crane couldn't discern which part of the mansion was real and which part belonged to the manifestations of his mind. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the whispers of voices, laughter, and distorted screams coming from the walls, ceilings, and floor. The mansion no longer only spoke to him, but possessed him, and with it, his own thoughts were darkened, absorbed by the same malevolence that had unleashed the ritual. Through it all, Crane had managed to hold on to a sense of clarity, a part of him that still refused to completely succumb to despair. In his mind, the figure that had guided him towards the door of the secret room still lingered, like a shadow he could turn to for answers. It wasn't human, but it wasn't completely evil either. That presence seemed to have a deeper understanding of what was happening, as if it had knowledge of a broken balance that had altered the very nature of the mansion. Perhaps that figure was the key to getting out, or at least to understanding the magnitude of the horror he was facing. Every time Crane approached one of the mansion's windows, what he saw outside was even more terrifying. Through the fogged, dust-covered glass, he looked out over a city in ruins. People disappeared into the streets, and in their place, only dark figures remained walking like shadows, faceless, soulless. The mansion had begun to seep into the outside world. The evil it contained was no longer restricted to its walls. It expanded, spread through the neighborhood, through London itself. The disappearances that Crane had initially investigated now had a more sinister context. They were not simple crimes, but souls who, like him, were being claimed by the house. The mansion not only devoured those who dared to enter, now it consumed the entire city, absorbing the essence of every living thing it touched. One night, when Crane managed to break the nightmare and get some rest, something woke up in him. A voice inside whispered to him that there was still hope. Perhaps he could still break the cycle, prevent darkness from taking over everything. He wasn't completely trapped yet, he thought. If he found a way to free the lost souls within the mansion, perhaps he would manage to escape, or at least prevent more people from falling into his trap. The image of trapped souls, those who were no longer alive or dead, presented itself to his mind. They were trapped in the mansion, but not in the way he had initially thought. They were not simply victims of a ritual. No, the souls seemed to be waiting, as if they could help him, as if they still had something to offer him. At first, Crane tried to rationalize what was happening, but soon the shadows became too intense and the voices too clear. One day, as I walked down a narrow corridor, the walls began to move, expanding and contracting as if they were part of a living organism. Trapped souls began to appear before him, but they weren't the distorted, scary figures I'd seen before. Now, their faces looked almost human, almost as if they were calling for help. Some of them seemed to remember who they had been in life, and others, even more disturbing, seemed aware of their eternal damnation. The empty eyes of the shadows were no longer just symbols of her suffering. They were the eyes of conscious beings, beings who still wanted something: revenge, rest, liberation. "Can you hear us?" asked one of the figures, his voice weak but clear. The appearance of that soul was faint, ethereal, as if it could fade away at any moment. "The cycle must be broken, but we cannot do it alone. We need someone to guide us. We need someone to set us free." Crane felt his heart race. Souls looked at him with a hope that he had not seen before in that mansion. They were not demons, nor malicious entities, but human beings who had been condemned by ritual. And now, in an unexpected twist, those same souls were looking for him, calling out to him. For a moment, he wondered if there was something other than his own desire to survive at stake here. Perhaps, if he freed the trapped souls, he could find a way out. Perhaps, if he could do so, he could undo the curse that had overflowed the walls of the mansion and spread across London. The walls that once seemed to simply surround the mansion were now twisting, seeking to capture Crane. He could feel how the evil that inhabited that place stalked him, as if each step he took brought him closer to the center of chaos. As he made his way through the halls, he saw more and more trapped figures, each with a different story. Some were muttering names, others were simply crying, but they all seemed to join in a silent plea. The sacrifice had to be completed, and the remaining souls could not rest until it was performed. If he failed to break the cycle, if he did not find a way to destroy what had caused so much suffering, he would be yet another in the long line of those who would never find peace. Crane began to notice something more disturbing. The closer he got to the center of the mansion, the more people he saw. They were not trapped souls, but the inhabitants of London who had disappeared. They were standing in the dark, lifeless, as if they were waiting for an order, as if they were puppets manipulated by the same evil that controlled the mansion. Some of them, seeing Crane, tried to speak, but their mouths were kept shut. It was as if they couldn't remember their own humanity. They were the returned dead, but not completely dead. That place had taken more than he thought. Now, even the living were shadows that still walked the outside world, no longer as themselves, but as part of the curse. In desperation, Crane began to look for a way out, something that might give him a chance. If the trapped souls were willing to help him, then he had to find a way to free them, but he also knew that it involved a greater risk. If he freed those souls, would he be able to escape as well? Or would he end up trapped with them, condemned to be part of that eternal cycle of sacrifice and suffering? However, he knew that he could not wait in the dark. He had come too far to give up now. Crane walked over to the main room where it had all begun. There, the sacrificial ritual was about to be fulfilled once again, and with it, the return of the dead, the perpetuation of the curse. But for the first time since he had set foot in that mansion, something inside him lit up clearly. He was ready to face anything, to free himself from his condemnation, whatever it took to prevent more souls from being caught, even if it meant facing a power far greater than him. Chapter 9. The Final Ritual. The mansion seemed to breathe. Not only did its walls move, nor did the shadows that inhabited it. Now all the air in the building pulsed with an inhuman rhythm. Crane felt time dissolving around him. The pressure was unbearable. Each step he took in the direction of the main hall plunged him deeper into a kind of trance, as if the place itself were altering his perception of reality. The figure of the mansion, that dark presence that had guided him along his stormy journey, was gone. Now there was only the echo of his promise, the echo of trapped souls who were begging to be released, but at the same time were so lost that their release would only bring more suffering. Crane knew he was close to the heart of evil. He could feel the energy of past sacrifices, that dark force that had invaded the mansion, penetrating every corner. But as he approached the hall, something strange happened. The shadows that had once haunted him seemed to move away, as if they respected him, but not out of compassion. It was more like they were waiting, watching, as if they knew that the confrontation was about to come, and that Crane's presence was not just that of a trapped man, but of someone willing to do whatever it took to destroy everything. Upon entering the room, the inspector saw something that made him stop in his tracks. The center of the room was covered by a circle of candles, as in an ancient ceremony. But it was not an ordinary ceremony. There was something else, something evil, something that was beyond human. An altar carved in macabre stone stood in the center, surrounded by dark figures, not of flesh and blood, but of shadows, those same shadows that had always haunted him. On the altar, the sacrifice was arranged, and the stone he had seen earlier in his vision shone with a dull light, its energy now palpable, as if it were alive. In a corner of the room, Crane saw something that took his breath away. The figure that had been his guide, that presence that had accompanied him on his journey through the mansion, and that had led him to the secret room, was now in front of him, but it was no longer the same. His face, once sad and ethereal, was now marked by agony. His eyes, empty of life, reflected infinite despair. "You can't stop him," the figure said in a guttural whisper, a voice that seemed to come from the darkness itself. "The sacrifice is already underway. You can't avoid what must happen." Crane felt a chill run down his spine. The figure had not only guided him, but now seemed to be doomed, just like the other trapped souls. "What do you want from me?" he shouted, his voice echoing in the vast darkness. "Why did you bring me here? Why did you get me this far?" But the figure didn't respond, just raised his hand toward the altar. It was as if the weight of the entire history of the mansion was in his gaze, and somehow he was now a part of it. The ritual could not be stopped, and the trapped souls could not be released without paying a price. The cycle had to be completed. However, something inside Crane refused to give up. He had come too far. He had lost so much in this place that he couldn't let it all fade away without a fight. In the distance, shadows began to twist, rising like tentacles that stretched toward him. Evil was so close, so tangible, that he could feel it crawling on his skin. But he also felt the power of trapped souls. Now he understood what they wanted. It wasn't just about escaping, but about doing justice, preventing more lives from being absorbed into the mansion. He could be the catalyst for the cycle to be broken, but to do so, he had to do something he had never imagined: become part of the sacrifice, risk everything, to destroy what had taken so many innocent souls. With determination, Crane approached the altar, each step feeling the weight of souls watching him. When he was close enough, shadows pounced on him, but something inside his being ignited. A power, dark but powerful, seemed to emanate from his own being. Voices rose in a chorus of warnings, but he couldn't stop now. In his hands, the very stones that had been used in the ritual began to glow with blinding intensity. It was then that he understood what he had to do. He had come this far for a reason. The sacrifice was not to be repeated, and he could stop it. In a last act of desperation, Crane raised his hands and, with a shout, threw the stones toward the altar. The shadows tried to stop him, but they couldn't. The stones fell with a bang, and the energy in the mansion exploded into a wave of light that lit up every corner of the house. The walls began to shake, and the floor cracked. The trapped souls, the sacrifices, everything disintegrated in a burst of light. But at that moment, a figure appeared in front of him, the figure that had guided his path. This time, his face was full of peace. "You've made it," the figure said in a soft voice. "The mansion can no longer hold any more souls. The cycle has been broken. But be careful, Inspector Crane. Not everything can be destroyed without leaving traces." Crane felt the weight of the mansion disappear, and with it, the shadows that surrounded him. The air cleared, and the house began to crumble around him. He couldn't fully comprehend what had just happened, but deep down, he knew that the fight wasn't over. The sacrifice, the ritual, had been stopped, but the evil that had inhabited the mansion would not disappear so easily. Somewhere, there was still a presence, something that had been released and was now waiting. The peace was only temporary. As the light faded and the shadows began to disappear, the mansion stopped breathing. The city of London, which had been affected by the influence of the place, began to restore some of its tranquility. But Crane knew that the evil would never be completely extinguished. There would always be something, a scar in the fabric of reality, waiting to return. Chapter 10. The price of the soul. The mansion was no more. Not in the physical sense. Its walls and columns had crumbled like sand castles swept away by a storm of light. The darkness, which had been his only companion for so long, had dissipated, leaving Inspector Crane to stand above what had once been the main hall. The air was crisp, clean, and for the first time in a long time, Crane could breathe without feeling the weight of evil on his shoulders. The view of the outside world was now clear. The blue sky looked promising, as if everything he had experienced was just a nightmare. But she knew, deep down, that this nightmare had left scars that would never go away. In the distance, in the city that had begun to regain its normality, the shadows seemed to slowly fade. People walked the streets, unaware of what had happened, of the souls that had been released, and of the sacrifice made. But Crane couldn't forget. As he watched the calm that began to invade London, a strange and almost unbearable sense of emptiness came over him. He had destroyed the mansion, stopped the ritual, but at a greater cost than he could comprehend. The voices of the trapped souls still echoed in his mind, but now, without the oppression of the mansion, their echo was a distant whisper. What really disturbed him, however, was the knowledge that something much bigger was at stake. The figure that had guided him, that shadowy presence that had carried him through the dark rooms of the mansion, now stood before him, but she was no longer the same. Its form, which had once been ethereal and blurry, now showed itself with terrifying clarity. His face was fully formed, but his eyes were still empty, like two wells of endless despair. "You've won a battle, but you've lost so much more than you realize," the figure said, his voice echoing in Crane's mind. "The ritual may be over, but the price you've paid is greater than you can see." Crane frowned, his hands trembling slightly at the sound of those words. "What price?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, filled with exhaustion and fear. The figure approached, and despite being out of form, Crane felt a pressure in the air around him. "Your soul," the figure said. "The sacrifice you stopped was not just that of trapped souls. It was yours, too. Now, what's left of you is only a vestige, a shadow of what you were. You have offered yourself as a sacrifice to free others, and now the evil that existed in the mansion belongs to you. You are scarred." Crane didn't know how to react. He had risked his life to stop evil. He had risked his sanity and his soul to save others. But in doing so, he had sealed his fate. It didn't matter that the mansion no longer existed. The evil he had released was still inside him, growing, waiting for his chance. The presence watched him, not with pity, but with a kind of inevitable understanding. The price of redemption, said the figure, is always higher than one expects. As the figure disappeared, Crane felt a chill run through his body. The city of London seemed so quiet, so oblivious to what had just happened, but something inside him knew it wasn't. The evil was no longer contained, it was no longer found in the walls of the mansion, but within it. With every step he took, he felt something dark following him, like a shadow that could never escape. The voices of the souls he had released, though now mere whispers, were still present in his mind, and with them came the sense that everything he had done had not only cost him his soul, but something even more terrifying, his humanity. A few days later, Crane began to experience a strange sensation. When he looked in the mirror, he no longer saw the man he had been before the investigation. His face was marked by something he couldn't identify, something that had changed inside. The memories of the mansion, the trapped souls, the final sacrifice, began to merge in his mind, blurring the boundaries of the real and the imagined. It was as if a part of him had been trapped in that place, as if the ritual had left a permanent imprint on his being. He felt that no matter how hard he tried to remember his life before the mansion, all he saw now was darkness. The nights were the worst. Although the city remained quiet, the inspector could not escape the dreams that tormented him. In them, the mansion still existed, and he was trapped in its halls, haunted by shadows that were no longer human. The voices, always the voices, called to him, and sometimes when he woke up, he felt like he had them inside his head, whispering to him, reminding him that there was something inside him, something he couldn't ignore. The feeling that evil had marked him, that the sacrifice had involved not only his soul, but also his essence, haunted him day and night. One day, while investigating another case related to disappearances in London, Crane began to notice something else. The people around him began to look at him strangely. It seemed that at every corner, he found eyes that watched him with a disturbing familiarity. I couldn't understand it. Had he himself been the one who had changed? Or was there something else? Something dark and malevolent that was now following him? Worst of all, every time he approached a place related to disappearances, he felt a pressure in his chest, as if the mansion somewhere was still calling him. One afternoon, while walking through the streets of London, he found himself in front of a building that looked familiar. A few seconds were enough for him to remember what he had seen in his nightmares. It was a place he had visited before, one of the buildings on the outskirts of the city, where strange events were rumored to occur. Crane looked at him with the same fear he felt when he first saw the mansion. The disappearances were not accidental. There was something much bigger at play, something that was still happening in the shadows of the city. And now, he, unknowingly, was at the center of it. The truth was clear. Evil would never leave him. The sacrifice had been only the beginning. What he had released from the mansion was now part of him, and the darkness he had released continued to spread, waiting for the right moment to claim it all. The last whispers, point one. The awakening of horror. The desert wind blew strongly, kicking up clouds of dust that quickly dissipated into the hot air. Millstone Psychiatric Hospital, located in the middle of nowhere, looked more like a fortress than a treatment center. The high concrete walls, watchtowers, and iron railings that surrounded the place gave the feeling that something dark was hiding inside. It was a place that the authorities didn't want to remember, but whenever something happened, there was always a reason. And that morning, something was about to wake up. The day had begun like any other, with the clatter of keys in the cold corridors, the monotonous sound of nurses' footsteps hovering among the cells, and the constant, distant murmur of the inmates. But when the morning nurse in charge arrived in front of Edward Mallory's cell, something in the air made him hesitate. A shiver ran down his spine, but he quickly dismissed it. Mallory was one of the most troubled inmates, known for his paranoia, his aggressiveness, and his constant obsession with the shadows he swore followed him. However, what he found was not something usual. Mallory wasn't sitting in bed like he always did, staring through the bars as if waiting for something to reach him. The man lay on the floor of his cell, motionless, his eyes open but empty, as if his soul had abruptly left the body. There were no signs of a struggle. He didn't seem to have been hit, but something was different. The body was cold, and despite the obvious stiffness, there was something about the expression on his face that seemed unreal, as if he were frozen in a moment of pure horror. As she approached, the nurse noticed the marks on Mallory's chest. They were deep, as if something with sharp, supernatural claws had left its mark on him. 4 symmetrical marks, distributed in a calculated way on his torso and face, as if death had not been a simple consequence of violence, but a deliberate and ritual act. The wounds did not match any conventional weapon, and that made her stop, watching in silence, not knowing how to react. The feeling that something strange and bigger was at play took hold of his body. The symbol that was engraved on the wall of Mallory's cell made it clear that this was not a simple homicide. It was something much more sinister. An incomplete circle, with lines intertwining and twisting in ways that did not correspond to any known language, seemed drawn by an invisible hand, as if the wall itself were marking its territory. The circle was not a coincidence. It was the signature of something that did not want to be forgotten, of something that was waiting to be released. Claire Hawk, the forensic investigator appointed for this case, arrived shortly after. From the moment he set foot in the hospital, the oppressive atmosphere of the place hit him immediately. Millstone was not just a mental hospital, it was a prison for broken souls. The air felt thick, as if it were saturated with forgotten memories, with dark secrets whispered between the walls. The same sense of discomfort and threat that the nurse had perceived came over her as well. When Claire entered the cell, the first thing she noticed were the footprints on the floor. They were not human footprints, nor blood. They were something much more disturbing, something I couldn't define, as if the air itself were marked. The shadows on the wall seemed to move strangely, defying logic, as if they were alive. Mallory's corpse seemed to be surrounded by an invisible energy, a force that was unseen but deeply felt. Claire couldn't shake the feeling that the hospital was watching her. She was sure that something was waiting for her. The coroner carefully examined the body. The wounds on Mallory's chest, while strange, did not appear to be the cause of her death. It was clear that the man had died for something else, something he couldn't comprehend at the time. Mallory had no visible wounds that could be explained by blunt objects, and what had caused her to suffer was not human. That place was full of inmates with serious disorders, but none of their illnesses could have caused something so monstrous. Research into the symbolism on the cell walls began to bear fruit when Claire found more similar symbols in other areas of the hospital. Not only were the marks random, but they followed patterns that seemed to be designed for something much bigger than simple rituals of madness. The question was clear: who or what had left these symbols, and why? The more I investigated, the more I felt that there was something tangible, hiding in the shadows of the hospital, an evil that had never gone away. Claire tried to access the hospital files, but was met with unexpected resistance. Some of the key documents from the last few years of operations seemed to have disappeared, as if someone didn't want something to be discovered. This only increased the sense of paranoia that was beginning to take hold of her. The place was full of secrets buried in the history of the hospital, and she was getting dangerously close to them. But how could he trust what he saw? What part of reality was real? Footsteps echoed through the deserted hallways, and Claire realized something unsettling. No one, not the patients or the staff, seemed surprised by Mallory's death. It was as if the tragedies that occurred within those walls were only part of the landscape, something expected. No one really regretted it, not the doctors, not the nurses. That feeling of indolence was far more disturbing than the corpse itself. The hospital was no longer a place of treatment. Now it was a haven for something much darker. As night fell, Claire couldn't help but feel like the place was slowly swallowing her up. Darkness began to spread through the hallways like a tide, and the lights flickered more and more. Something in her gut told her that she was not alone, that the hospital was alive somehow, that the shadows that slipped down the walls were not a figment of her imagination. And when he turned to Mallory's cell once more, he swore to see a dark, almost invisible figure standing in the corner of the room. But when he looked at her again, there was nothing. Nothing but the marks on the wall and Mallory's lifeless body. The awakening of horror had begun, and Claire would soon discover that the answers she sought could cost her far more than her sanity. Something had been released. Something that should never have been unleashed. Point 2. Millstone Hospital wasn't just a haven for those struggling with their own demons. It was also a labyrinth of suffering and madness, where broken minds became even more fragmented over the years. Claire had been scouring the place for hours, gathering bits of information, and she was already beginning to feel the weight of history hidden in its walls. As she approached the most dangerous patients, the feeling that something dark was watching her grew. She knew she had to talk to the inmates, but the thought of doing so filled her with inexplicable fear. The nurses led her to a small interview room, where one of the hospital's oldest patients, a man named Arthur Hall, was waiting for her. Hall had been diagnosed with multiple personality disorder, and his history was marked by multiple attempted homicides, always in circumstances beyond the comprehension of doctors. His face, wrinkled and marked by the years of confinement, seemed to show no emotion. However, when Claire entered, her deep, empty eyes locked onto her with disturbing intensity. Something in his gaze made the air thicker. "Why are you here, Claire Hawk?" asked Hall, his voice raspy and trembling, as if he were used to asking questions that others couldn't answer. Claire hesitated for a moment, surprised that she knew his name. Despite his condition, Hall had always shown an unsettling cunning, as if he knew more than he was allowed to. "You know, don't you? They are not what they seem. The shadows are within us. There is no escape." Claire tried to focus on the interview. Hall began to talk about things that didn't fit. Voices, shadows, spirits trapped in the walls. But there was something in his story that seemed familiar. A pattern. When Claire asked him about the Mallory incident, his answer was brief, but his gaze immediately darkened. "He was next," he muttered, almost as if talking to himself. "We all follow the same path, the same ritual. There is no salvation, neither for us nor for them." After an hour of interviewing, Claire felt like she had reached a dead end. Arthur Hall seemed aware of every word she uttered, but his answers led her to no concrete conclusion. However, something in his behavior left him with an unsettling feeling. He did not seem to fear death nor suffering. Instead, he spoke as if he were waiting for something, as if he knew the fate that awaited him. Claire couldn't help but think that everything she said was linked to something much bigger than just a mental disorder. The shadows I mentioned, the voices. It didn't seem to speak only of his illness, but of something real, palpable. As she left the interview room, Claire felt trapped. Hall's words echoed in her mind as she walked through the corridors of the hospital, passing cells where the inmates watched her silently, without making a sound. The feeling of being watched grew as she moved forward, and she couldn't help but glance over her shoulder several times. Were the patients really talking about something they couldn't understand? Or were they just delusions, fragments of a broken mind looking for a way to make sense of what couldn't be understood? Next on the list was Samuel Wright, a young man with a history of aggressive psychosis. Unlike Arthur Hall, Samuel had a cold gaze, but his answers were clearer, less enigmatic. When Claire sat down in front of him, the silence was heavy. He stared at her, with a crooked smile that never became genuine. "What do you want to know, detective?" he asked, his voice warm but filled with an eerie calm. Claire noticed that there was something strange about his tone, something that suggested that he was fully aware of the gravity of the situation, as if he had been waiting for a visit from someone like her. Samuel wasted no time and began to talk about the dark being that resided in the corners of the hospital, a being who spoke in whispers, who dragged the inmates into madness with promises of freedom. "You hear it at night, when darkness turns into something else," he said, looking out the window, as if he could see something beyond the walls. "We who are here are marked. We all are. We are like sacrifices, pieces of a game that we do not understand." Claire felt that every word Samuel uttered pushed her deeper and deeper into an abyss she could no longer ignore. When Claire asked if there was anything that united all the patients, Samuel answered without hesitation. "Yes, we all share the same thing," he said with an eerie calm. "The voices, they guide us. They lead us down dark paths. They call us to do things we would never have imagined. But worst of all, you can't stop it. You get to a point where you no longer know what's real and what's not. We are puppets." Claire felt that Samuel's words were filled with a terrifying truth. Something was going on inside Millstone, something the inmates knew but no one outside those walls could understand. Over the next few hours, Claire interviewed more patients, each with their own account of voices, shadows, and evil presences that seemed to dominate their minds. There was something strange that united all their stories. Each of them had experienced moments of complete clarity, moments when they understood the nature of the shadows that stalked them. Some spoke of rituals, others of dark pacts, but the constant was the same. They all believed that there was something in the hospital that was controlling them, something they could not see, but that had marked them for life. What baffled Claire the most, however, was the pattern in the responses. Each of the inmates mentioned the word ritual. Some said that the rituals were meant to free an evil entity. Others claimed that it was a sacrifice, an offering to keep the peace. The patients seemed convinced that everything that happened at Millstone was related to some kind of ancient and dark ceremony. Could it be possible that they all shared the same delusion? Or was something happening beyond reason? At the end of the day, Claire retired to her office, exhausted, but with the feeling that she had touched something she couldn't fully understand. The information he had gathered only added to his confusion. The connection between the inmates, their very similar stories, the symbols, and the growing sense that something supernatural was happening, kept her awake, thinking about what she had learned. Something was wrong, very wrong, at Millstone, and she was the only one who seemed to be starting to figure it out. In the end, Claire realized that she couldn't completely trust what patients were saying, but she also couldn't ignore it. Something was happening in the hospital, something much darker than simple collective madness. And to unravel the truth, he would have to continue to confront the broken minds of those who had been condemned to live within the walls of Millstone. Night had fallen, and the darkness in Millstone seemed to grow denser with each passing hour. Claire had been going through patient reports for hours, but something was keeping her awake, a buzz in the back of her mind that she couldn't ignore. The interviews with the inmates, while puzzling, did not seem to have the impact of the other evidence he had found. There was something much more palpable, more tangible, lurking in the hospital. Something that was being hidden in the very walls of the building. That place was not just a psychiatric hospital. It was a refuge for the inexplicable. The next day, as she scoured the halls for additional clues, Claire stopped in front of a particularly dilapidated cell, one of the oldest in the hospital, which no one dared approach. The iron door was rusty and seemed to have been repeatedly breached. Inside, there were dark stains on the walls, some of which seemed to form strange symbols, as if they had been drawn with more than just paint. At first, Claire thought it might be blood, but something in the pattern told her it wasn't that simple. That room had been the scene of something much older and darker. Inside the cell, Claire found a small makeshift altar, surrounded by black candles burned to the base. The smell of melted wax and something else, something sour and dense, filled the air. In the center of the altar, there was a flat stone covered with inscriptions that Claire couldn't immediately identify, but which clearly didn't belong to any known human language. Around him, there were remnants of what appeared to be ancient rituals, pieces of torn fabric, rusty chains, and on the ground, deep marks as if something or someone had been dragged through space. Upon closer inspection, Claire noticed that the markings on the floor formed a pattern similar to that of the symbols on the walls of the inmates' cells, a repeated pattern that seemed to follow a specific path toward the center of the altar. Was it possible that someone was using this space to perform dark rituals? And most disturbingly, why had it gone unnoticed for so long? Claire couldn't ignore the feeling that this had been carefully hidden, as if someone had tried to erase any trace of what had happened there. That altar, hidden in the depths of the hospital, seemed to be a place of worship, but not of a common religion. The inscriptions were chaotic, disordered, but there was an intention in them, a sinister purpose that was not easy to understand. Claire bent down to examine the symbols more closely, and as she did so, a shiver ran down her spine. The symbols were not only ancient, they seemed to move before his eyes, as if the stone itself was alive. That's when Claire heard something that brought her to a complete stop, a whisper, almost inaudible, as if someone was breathing in her ear. He turned quickly, but there was no one there. Only the shadow of the walls, which seemed to close in around him. Bewildered, and with a growing sense of terror, Claire decided to take pictures of everything she had found. She knew that this might be the key to understanding what was happening, but at the same time, fear was beginning to take hold of her. The atmosphere at Millstone was changing, and Claire couldn't help but feel that the institution itself was alive, aware of its presence, as if everything was lined up for her to discover what wasn't to be revealed. Something sinister was taking shape, and she was at the center of it all. Over the days, Claire began researching the hospital's history, looking for any references that could explain what was happening. He discovered that Millstone had been founded in the 1930s by a psychiatrist named Dr. Charles Millstone, who had been known not only for his unorthodox methods of treating patients, but also for his inclinations toward the occult. There were rumors that Dr. Millstone had practiced black magic rituals in secret, attempting to contact entities from beyond to gain power and control. Was it possible that the hospital was the site of a dark pact that still lingered in its foundations? The connections between the inscriptions on the walls and the symbols in the cells of the inmates seemed to confirm this suspicion. Digging deeper, Claire found records that spoke of a liberation ritual performed in the hospital's early decades. The ritual was meant to invoke an ancient being, an entity believed to live trapped within the walls of Millstone. Legend spoke of human sacrifices made to feed this entity, and the most vulnerable patients, those with extreme personality disorders, were the ones chosen to be offered. Claire couldn't believe what she was reading. Had all this been going on for years without anyone knowing? As time went on, Claire began to notice that certain patients seemed to be more connected to the events than others. Samuel Wright, Arthur Hall, and some of the most disturbed inmates constantly mentioned the figure of the guardian, a dark entity that they claimed had the power to possess their bodies. Claire didn't know if these patients were simply delusional, or if there really was something else behind her words, something that couldn't be explained by logic or science. That same night, while reviewing the hospital's old files, Claire received an emergency call from the control center. Something had happened. The general alarm had been activated. One inmate had been found dead in his cell, but not in a normal way. Her body was completely covered by claw marks, similar to Mallory's. The footprints formed the same ritual pattern he had found in Mallory's cell, an incomplete circle with interlocking lines. The coincidence was terrifying. The ritual was happening, and this time it seemed to be more than just an isolated act. He was a boss. Claire rushed to the scene. When she arrived at the cell, an indescribable sensation enveloped her. She was not alone. A palpable presence floated in the air, a dark energy that seemed to envelop her. The walls, as if they could breathe, were filled with the same arcane symbols that he had found in other parts of the hospital. It was clear that the entire hospital was involved in something much bigger than itself. And that night, Claire realized with horror that the murders were not coincidences. They were part of a cycle, a shadow ritual that couldn't be stopped. Back in her office, Claire tried to put all the pieces of the puzzle together, but the truth seemed more distant than ever. Each clue brought her closer to the answer, but at the same time, it pushed her into an abyss she wasn't sure she could get out of. The dark rituals, the shadows that lurked in the corners of the hospital, and the whispers of the interns seemed to be taking control of everything. And the closer he got to the truth, the more he realized that not only his life was at stake, but also the lives of all who remained trapped at Millstone. Voices in the dark that night. Claire woke up with the feeling that something wasn't right. The darkness that enveloped the town of Millstone seemed thicker, as if the air itself had become denser and heavier. Every time she tried to sleep, her mind was filled with incessant whispers, voices calling to her, urging her to understand what was happening in the hospital. She didn't know if it was stress, anxiety, or something else that was beginning to take shape inside her, but the truth was that those voices no longer belonged only to the inmates. Now, she felt that she was being pursued, that she was being stalked in the corners of her own mind. The next morning was no better. As he walked through the corridors of the hospital, every sound seemed amplified. The patter of the nurse's footsteps, the jingle of the keys, the distant murmurs of the patients. Everything was mixed in a deafening cacophony. But the most terrifying thing was that, among those noises, he began to make out other voices, whispers that he could not place, as if they were speaking directly to him through the walls. Sometimes she would stop to listen, thinking she could identify the words, but as she approached the patients, everything would fade away, leaving her with the feeling that something was slipping just out of reach. The behavior of the inmates had become more erratic. Those who once seemed relatively stable were now speaking with an uncontrolled frenzy, as if something was prompting them to share their darkest thoughts. Claire had witnessed several of them begin to murmur names, dates, and places she didn't recognize, as if they were part of an ancient language. Samuel Wright, the man who had stood out most in his previous interviews, had begun to talk about the Song of the Void, a lament that he claimed emanated from the walls of the hospital during the darkest nights. He said it was the voice of the entity trapped within Millstone, a voice that fed on the pain and despair of those who dwelt there. With each word, Claire felt like the hospital was closing in on her. But what troubled him most was not just the madness of the inmates, but how those whispers seemed to be beginning to seep into his own mind. She was listening to snippets of conversations that hadn't taken place, whispered words she couldn't identify, as if something or someone was trying to communicate with her. It was an unsettling feeling, a gradual unraveling of what he had considered his reality. Every time I thought about it, the boundaries between the real and the unreal began to blur. He decided to speak with one of the most recent patients, a woman named Eleanor Price, who had arrived at the hospital with symptoms of severe psychotic disorders. Eleanor spoke constantly about a presence following her, a shadow watching her from the corners of her peripheral vision. Claire sat across from her, determined to get more details, but what happened was completely unexpected. When Eleanor lifted her head and looked into her eyes, Claire saw something that chilled her. Her pupils dilated completely, as if there was nothing humanity left in her eyes. Eleanor's voice became deep, almost as if she were not speaking. "They already listened to you," he said with disturbing calm. "They're in you, Claire. You can feel it, right?" Claire shuddered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Eleanor's words haunted her as she walked back to her office, where she attempted to review the patient's medical records. She found a note that spoke of strange episodes of behavior in Eleanor, during which she had claimed to hear voices calling her by name, voices telling her that the end was near. Apparently, The woman had arrived at Millstone after a series of terrifying events in her home, where she had begun to hear the same voices that Claire had been hearing since her arrival. The coincidence was terrifying. As Claire spent more time in the hospital, she began to question her own mental health. The voices seemed to grow louder every day, and no matter how hard she tried to rationalize them, fear began to consume her. Not only did she hear them in the hallways or in interviews, but they also appeared when she was alone, in her room, in her car, even while she was sleeping. Sometimes, he woke up with the feeling that someone was whispering his name in his ear, but when he turned around, he found no one. At first, she thought it was just the accumulated stress, but she soon realized that the intensity of the whispers couldn't be explained by fatigue alone. One night, while digging deeper into the stories of Millstone's former patients, Claire stumbled upon a log that mentioned something that made her blood run cold. It was about a ritual performed by Dr. Millstone and other members of the hospital's original staff, a ritual to summon a spirit known as the Whisperer, an entity that was said to possess the ability to infiltrate people's minds, sowing paranoia, madness, and death. According to the record, the ritual had failed, but something had been trapped in the walls of the hospital, waiting to be released. Dread began to take hold of her. Was it possible that what I was experiencing was not a simple psychological effect? Could it be that the voices he heard were real? That something was manipulating his mind? The Whisperer, if he was real, was inside Millstone, and perhaps, somehow, he was taking control of everyone, one by one. What if she was next? The mere thought made her tremble, but she couldn't help but think that her investigations were bringing her closer to the truth, a truth so terrifying that even she didn't want to confront it. That same night, Claire decided to brave the darkness. He made his way to the most isolated area of the hospital, a corridor that had been closed for years. There, in the old reports, there was mention of a ward in which the most severely affected patients were usually admitted. The reports spoke of strange phenomena, of doors closing on their own, of lights flickering for no apparent reason, and, most disturbingly, of murmurs emanating from the walls, even when no one was around. Claire walked into the hallway, her heart pounding, feeling the darkness seem to envelop her with every step. As she reached the door of the living room, Claire felt a chill run through her body. The lock was intact, but something was calling to her from the inside, as if the hospital itself was inviting her to discover what was hidden there. As she opened the door, a muffled whisper hit her, as if something had been waiting for her. "We were waiting for you," said a voice as clear as glass. Claire took a step back, but it was too late. The shadows began to move, and the voices, louder than ever, surrounded her, leaving her trapped in the darkness. Point 5. The hospital guardian. The chill of the night penetrated Claire's bones as she walked through the hospital corridors. The paranoia that had begun to bite his mind in the past few days seemed to have reached a new level. Every step she took echoed off the empty walls. Every whisper in the air made her wonder if she was still able to distinguish the real from the unreal. But what baffled her most was the figure of Dr. Harold Pierce, the hospital's head of security. Something about him didn't fit. There was something about his demeanor that she couldn't decipher, something that made her feel as if he was constantly watching her, as if he knew more than he was willing to admit. Dr. Pierce had been one of the first to approach Claire when she arrived at the hospital. Calm and professional in appearance, she always seemed to have an answer for everything, an excuse for every anomaly. But as Claire delved deeper into her research, small inconsistencies began to emerge in the story she told her. According to records, Pierce had been working at Millstone for years, and many of the security reports mentioned his presence at the scene of strange events that had happened in the past. Although he had never been directly involved, it was as if his figure was always on the sidelines, like an observer, but never a protagonist. And now, with the murders happening in the same hallways, Their presence was beginning to become more unsettling. Claire decided it was time to confront Dr. Pierce. One afternoon, while she was reviewing some reports in her office, a phone call interrupted her. It was a voicemail from Pierce himself. His tone was unusually grave, and the words seemed charged with unmistakable tension. "Claire, I need to talk to you. There are things you don't understand, things you shouldn't know, but if you insist on moving on, then I will find you. And I will protect you, even if it means facing what's inside Millstone." Claire's sense of discomfort morphed into something much deeper. Fear. What did he mean by, "I will protect you"? And what was it that he should not know? He decided to go to Dr. Pierce's office the next day, unannounced. When she entered, she found him at his desk, with a grave expression, almost as if he had been waiting for her. He looked up with a tight smile, but Claire could see that something had changed in his eyes. There was something about him that now seemed darker, more dangerous. "You know, things aren't what they seem here, do they?" he said without preamble, as if he already knew the reason for his visit. "Millstone is not what you think, and there are forces here that must not be released." "Doctor," Pierce's words echoed in his mind. Something didn't fit. It was as if he had been waiting for me to come to that conclusion. "What do you mean by that?" asked Claire, her voice barely a whisper as she approached the desk. "Doctor," Pierce leaned forward, his gaze seeming to pierce her. "I can't tell you everything, Claire. You can't understand it, not without being a part of it. The only thing I can tell you is that this place is marked by something much older than all of us. It's not just the hospital or the patients. That's all. The place itself is cursed. And T here is someone or something that's trying to break free." His words left a sense of emptiness in her stomach, as if every word was loaded with a gruesome truth, a truth Claire wasn't prepared to face. Claire tried to press him further, but Dr. Pierce rose from his chair, interrupting her with an energetic gesture. "I've warned you, Claire," he said, his voice now lower, more tense. "If you keep looking, you won't be able to get out of here. I am the guardian of this place, and my mission has always been to protect everyone from what is waiting outside and inside." The words floated in the air like a threat. Claire didn't know if she meant it or if she was messing with her mind, but something in her eyes told her that the worst was yet to happen. As Claire left Dr. Pierce's office, a sense of hopelessness began to creep over her. Each time she found herself closer to the truth, the more she felt like the hospital was pushing her into a dead end. Dr. Pierce, it seemed, was a key player in something much bigger, and yet his demeanor was still that of someone who wanted to keep everyone away from the secrets of the hospital. What was he hiding? Why did he feel the need to protect the inmates from what he himself seemed to know? That same night, while researching the hospital's oldest archives, Claire discovered a series of records that spoke of a guardian, a being who, according to legend, had been responsible for protecting the hospital since its foundation. The guardian was not an ordinary person, but someone who had made a dark pact to protect patients from the evil that resided within the walls of Millstone. Dr. Millstone, the hospital's founder, had come into contact with this entity through secret rituals. The pact was clear. The guardian was to ensure that the dark forces were never released, in exchange for power and control over the lives within the hospital. Dr. Pierce, then, was not simply a head of security. Claire began to understand that he was much more than that. If the legends were true, Pierce might be the last in a long line of guardians who had sworn to protect Millstone and its inhabitants, though the price they paid for their loyalty came at a far greater cost. There was something about him that wasn't human, something that had been in that place for decades, maybe even centuries. Was it possible that the pact was still in force? What if Dr. Pierce really did have the power to control what was happening inside the hospital? With a new sense of urgency, Claire decided she needed to confront Dr. Pierce once again. I had to get answers, and it didn't matter what I had to do to get them. Time was running out, and the shadows that lurked in Millstone were no longer just a mythical figure. They were materializing in murders, in rituals, in voices that came out of nowhere. Claire could no longer ignore that the hospital was alive, and that Dr. Pierce, with his enigmatic presence, might be the key to understanding why. But if what he suspected was true, facing him could mean entering a game from which there would be no return. The next day, Claire headed to the control center, determined to uncover the truth. But when he arrived, the security system was down. The staff looked nervous, as if someone had turned off the cameras and alarms on purpose. The sense of danger was palpable. Claire looked around, and an idea crossed her mind. The hospital was no longer just a place of madness. Now, with every step he took, he was turning into a dark labyrinth, filled with secrets and guardians protecting something far worse than death. And he was about to find out. Point 6. The sun was slowly setting, dyeing the sky a deep red that seemed to foreshadow the worst. Claire was in Millstone's basement, a place she had avoided until now, but felt she needed to explore. The investigation had led her there, to the hospital's oldest archives, where Millstone's written history seemed to crumble before her eyes. The documents were old, faded by the passage of time, but there was something about them that trapped her, something I couldn't ignore. Opening a folder containing the first records of the hospital's founding, Claire found something that made her pause. A diary. It was not signed, but the notes inside were written in firm, determined handwriting. The first entry, dated 1875, told of a man named Cyrus Millstone, the founder of the hospital. The record described how he had come to the Nevada desert, looking for a place to build his vision, a refuge for those deemed irretrievable, but also a place where rituals could be carried out that, according to his writings, brought power and prosperity to those who risked participating in them. Cyrus Millstone was not an ordinary man. According to his own records, he had a deep interest in the dark arts, especially the rituals of summoning and sacrifice. He had learned these secrets through old books and contacts with occult figures in Eastern Europe. With a mind obsessed with power, control, and immortality, he decided that the hospital would be a means for his experiments, but also a prison for those who would be sacrificed to ensure his success. What surprised Claire the most was the mention of a specific place, the Circle of the Earth, a protected area inside the hospital where human sacrifices were performed. The record spoke of sacrifices made during the darkest nights, when the moon was at its lowest. According to the notes, those sacrifices were intended to invoke an entity they referred to as the Whisperer, a force that, if released, would grant absolute power to those who controlled it. The words of the diary were chilling. Sacrifices are the key to liberating what is locked up in the bowels of the earth. With each life I offer, I get closer to absolute power. Patients are just pawns in a much bigger game. Claire felt a chill run down her spine. The idea that the hospital, at its founding, had been a place meant to invoke something so dark was almost impossible to believe. But it didn't stop there. In the following pages, Claire discovered that Cyrus Millstone had sealed a pact with an entity in the wilderness, a being who demanded sacrifices in exchange for power. The patients, those considered irretrievable, were the ones chosen to be sacrificed, while the shadows of the desert served as invisible guards. Through these sacrifices, Millstone hoped to unlock something much greater, a force that would make him immortal. But what really sealed his fate was a warning written on the last page of the diary. The pact will be sealed, but there will always be a price to pay. The earth will never forget what we have done. As Claire read, she began to understand the magnitude of the horror she was facing. The hospital had not only been a haven for patients, but also a sanctuary of blood and suffering, a place where darkness fed on the souls of those trapped within. The current patients, those who still lived in Millstone, were not mere mental patients. They were victims, pieces of a game that had been played for generations. And the price Cyrus Millstone had paid for his power had become a curse that continued to drag down those who fell into the hospital's nets. Claire looked up from the diary, her heart racing. She had to find more answers, but something was holding her back. What if the current patients were really the descendants of those sacrificed? What if those tormented souls that roamed the halls were not just ghosts, but the very forces that Cyrus Millstone had unleashed in his attempt to gain absolute power? The Whisperer wasn't just a legend. It was a reality, an entity that had been trapped in the walls of the hospital, waiting to be freed by the wrong hand. It was then that Claire recalled the conversation with Samuel Wright, the inmate who had spoken of the Song of the Void. The lament I mentioned was not just a sound, it was a ritual chant that had been left behind by the first sacrifices. According to ancient reports, the Earth Circle was specifically designed to contain the essence of that entity, but without the ongoing sacrifices, that energy had begun to overflow. Over time, the hospital had become a prison for spirits, but also a place where dark energy grew and strengthened. The Whisperer had been waiting for generations, and now the conditions for its release were almost perfect. Desperate to understand the connection between all of this and the recent killings, Claire decided to visit the hospital's former underground areas, where the original sacrifices had taken place. There, in the depths of the earth, they awaited the answers. As he walked down the dark and labyrinthine hallway, the murmurs in the air seemed to grow louder. The whispers he had been hearing since his arrival at Millstone were not just echoes of the past, they were the manifestation of the entity itself, trying to communicate with it. Something or someone was guiding her, but she didn't know if it was to help her or to drag her closer into the darkness. Upon arriving at the underground room, Claire saw that the walls were covered with arcane symbols, marks that indicated the presence of ancient magic. In the center, there was a stone altar, covered with dust and dried blood marks. The air was charged with an electrical energy, as if the earth itself was vibrating with the force of what had been buried there. Claire didn't know if she was feeling fear or despair, but she knew she had to continue. If the homicides in the hospital were related to an attempt to complete the ritual, she had to stop it before it was too late. A noise in the distance made her turn sharply. The shadows in the room began to move, and a figure slowly materialized in the gloom. It was Dr. Pierce. His face was unperturbed, but his eyes reflected something else, something deep and ancient. "I knew," he said quietly. "In the end, you always go back to where it all began." Claire tried to speak, but the words choked in her throat. Something in her eyes told her that perhaps she was not alone in this struggle. Perhaps Dr. Pierce was not merely a protector, but someone who had been waiting for someone to dare to release what had been condemned to remain underground. Point 7. The killer's mind never imagined that the hospital could affect her mind in this way. The days had begun to fade, the hours stretching and shrinking around him. A sense of distortion in time and space had taken hold of her. It seemed as if the hospital was trying to devour his mind, as if the walls, the corridors, and even the patients themselves were playing with his perception. Their nights were filled with strange dreams, shadows on the walls, distant whispers, and figures fading into thin air as if they had never existed. One of those nights, while she was in her office reviewing the reports, a gust of cold pulled her out of her concentration. At first, she thought it was just the air conditioner, but when she looked up, she saw something that left her cold. A face, blurred and diffuse, appeared reflected in the window. He tried to turn quickly, but no one was there. The face remained etched in his mind, but the fact that he couldn't remember concrete details of the figure only made him more terrifying. That night, it occurred to him that the murders were not just the result of ritual. Something was trying to communicate with her, and not in a conventional way. The next day, Claire began to see patterns in interviews with the inmates. Each of them seemed to have a distorted perception of what was happening inside the hospital. all, without exception, spoke of voices and visions. Some claimed they saw dead patients wandering the hallways, while others claimed the walls whispered words they couldn't understand. However, Claire couldn't help but notice something else. Many of these patients spoke of a collective me, of a shared mind that told them what to do, a mind that seemed to connect them in some way, beyond their diagnoses. Samuel Wright, the inmate who had mentioned the Song of the Void, was the first to speak of this phenomenon. During one of his interviews, his voice cracked as he said, "They're watching us. They tell us what to do. It's as if something is inside us." Claire tried to dig deeper, but Samuel refused to speak, beginning to hum a melody that seemed to come from deep within his being. The melody was haunting, like a distant echo of a past life. Claire couldn't help but feel that Samuel's song was a kind of key, a door to something much darker, something that was beyond human comprehension. That same afternoon, Claire met with Dr. Pierce to discuss advances in the research. During the conversation, he seemed strange, as if he was detached from reality. His gaze was vague, as if he was thinking about something he couldn't share. "You feel it too, don't you?" he asked abruptly, without preamble. "This place, it's changing your mind. It's changing everyone. It's what he always does. When the ritual is nearing its end, we all begin to see things, to hear things." Claire tried to understand what he was saying, but his words didn't seem to fit with her image of the hospital as a place of clinical madness. As the hours passed, Claire began to notice that her own mind was becoming warped. It wasn't just tiredness or stress. There was something much deeper at play. On several occasions, as she walked through the corridors of the hospital, she felt that she was not alone. Sometimes the murmurs were so clear that she could make out complete sentences. Other times she just felt a pressure in her chest, as if something invisible was watching her and judging her every move. One night, as he was passing through the main lobby, he saw a patient he knew, Thomas Riley, standing in front of one of the walls. Her gaze was fixed on a particular point, but Claire couldn't understand what she was looking at. As he approached, Thomas muttered, "They're coming for you. You know that, right?" And with those words, he left, leaving Claire with a knot in her stomach. Claire couldn't ignore what was happening, and in her search for answers, she decided to visit the archive room again. But when he arrived, he found that the documents on the origin of the sacrifices were no longer there. Instead, only blank sheets remained. As she went through the messy papers, a strange feeling came over her. The walls seemed to be whispering her name, as if the hospital was trying to communicate with her in some way. When she touched one of the walls, she felt a strange heat, a vibration that ran through her, as if she were touching something alive. Something was awakening inside Millstone, something he had been patiently waiting for years. That same night, the visions came with greater force. Claire woke up in her room, sweaty and agitated. In the darkness, she saw a tall, thin figure on the threshold of her door, a being with completely black eyes staring at her. Before he could react, the figure disappeared like a mirage. Fear took over his mind, but still, he forced himself to get up and continue. What was happening to her? Was he losing his sanity, or was there something else at play? She couldn't deny that the visions were real, and worst of all, she felt like something inside her own mind was manipulating her. The next day, Claire met Samuel again. This time, he looked even more disturbed, as if he was on the verge of despair. "They talk to me too," he said, looking around with terrifying intensity. "They are controlling us. We are all part of something bigger. You, me, everyone. The murders, the rituals. All this is just one more step, a step towards something we cannot understand." Samuel's words echoed in Claire's mind, but what was most disturbing was the way he said them, as if he had been hearing the same thing she had in her own visions. Claire couldn't ignore that the line between the real and the supernatural was becoming increasingly blurred. The murders, the rituals, the voices in his head, Everything was beginning to have a pattern that I couldn't fully comprehend. But one thing was clear. The hospital had a power over its inhabitants, over itself, that it could not explain. Something within the walls of Millstone was playing with everyone's minds, and Claire found herself caught up in a game that seemed to have no end. It was at that moment that Claire understood that the answers were not only in the archives or in the interviews, they were inside her own mind. And if he couldn't find a way to resist the grip of that invisible force, he would soon be one more victim of the horrors that were unfolding in Millstone. As he made his way through the halls, a thought ran through his mind with frightening clarity. This place doesn't just kill you physically, it destroys you from within. 8. Lost souls. The air in the hospital had become heavy, charged with a palpable tension that seemed to infiltrate every corner of Millstone. The murders, far from stopping, multiplied, and each of them seemed to have a more violent, more savage nature. Claire had begun to understand that patients were no longer mere victims of a ritual, but puppets in the hands of forces that controlled them from within. The souls of the sacrificed seemed to have been reactivated, using the bodies of the inmates as vehicles to take revenge on those who had trapped them in this place. The question now was how to stop them. That afternoon, while touring the hospital to interview new witnesses, Claire encountered a gruesome scene. One inmate, named Elliot Marks, had been found dead in his cell, but the way he had died was different from previous murders. His face was completely distorted, as if something had torn him apart from within, and his eyes, once dull, now shone with an intensity that could not be human. Claire felt a chill run down her spine as she saw Elliot's eyes. It was as if there was something else inside him, something that did not belong to this world. The forensic report, which he had received earlier that morning, indicated that the cause of death was not a simple physical attack. The traces found on his skin did not belong to a weapon. Instead, they looked like marks made by something intangible, something that could not be seen or touched, but which had left its mark on his body in a way that overflowed all scientific logic. Claire didn't understand how it was possible, but she knew there was something far more sinister at play. The hospital's patients weren't just subjects of experiments. They were being possessed by dark forces, lost souls who had been trapped for generations. Fear began to settle in the corridors of the hospital. No one felt safe. The inmates spoke more and more of the moving shadows, of the whispers in the dark that told them what to do. Claire began to receive more and more reports of patients experiencing episodes of violent insanity, some of them even attacking other inmates for no apparent reason. Screams, cries, maniacal laughter echoed off the walls of the hospital, creating an atmosphere of palpable terror. What was once a place to treat mental illness had now become a haven for lost souls, doomed to relive their traumas over and over again. Claire, exhausted both physically and emotionally, decided to re-interview Samuel Wright. During their conversation, Samuel seemed to have changed. He was no longer the broken man I had known weeks before. Now, his eyes were filled with a dangerous intensity. "They're taking over, Claire," he said quietly, as if he feared someone would hear him. "It's not just voices. They are memories. They are the souls of the sacrificed. And now, are using our bodies to complete what Millstone started a long time ago." Her face was marked by despair, but also by something else, something Claire couldn't identify. Fear, an absolute fear. That's when Claire began to realize the magnitude of the problem. The souls of the sacrificed were not only seeking revenge, they wanted to complete the ritual that Cyrus Millstone had started, a ritual that needed fresh blood, new sacrifices to free the Whisperer. The entire hospital seemed to be in a state of constant suffering, the souls trapped within the walls, screaming to be freed, to take control of those who were still alive. Every murder, every death at Millstone, not only fueled the vengeful spirit that haunted the hospital, but also strengthened the connection between the souls of the sacrificed and the inmates. creating a vicious cycle of death and rebirth. Claire's visions intensified. She began to see shadows sliding down the corridors, ethereal figures watching her from a distance, but always with the feeling that there was something behind them, something much bigger, much darker. Every time he closed his eyes, he could hear the whispers, those voices that asked him to join them, to let go. It was as if the hospital was trying to drag her inside, into the darkness. At times, the voices seemed to come from the walls themselves, from the corridors that stretched infinitely, as if the hospital were alive, aware of its presence. That night, Claire was confronted with what she had been avoiding for so long. She walked the halls of Millstone, no matter the growing sense of anxiety that gripped her. I knew something was going to happen. When he arrived at the common room of the inmates, he found a frightening scene. A group of patients, some of them those I had previously interviewed, were gathered in a circle. In the center, there was an improvised altar, and above it, a body. She could not recognize who he was, but the feeling of horror that invaded her was immediate. The inmates were performing a ritual, one that Claire couldn't allow to be completed. "Stop!" Claire shouted, her voice ripped with fear and despair. But as they did so, the patients raised their heads and looked at her with empty eyes, without any trace of humanity in them. It was as if their bodies were being controlled by something far beyond their comprehension. "They are nothing more than instruments," whispered one of the patients in a voice that was not his own. "The whisperer is near. He is coming for all of us." Before she could react, Claire felt a blow to her head and fell to the ground. When he woke up, he found himself in a place he didn't recognize. It was surrounded by darkness, but there was a sense of unsettling familiarity in the air. The walls seemed to pulsate, as if they were breathing. At the back of the room, she saw a figure watching her. She was an elongated figure, with completely dark eyes, without a face, but with a presence that paralyzed her. "We've been waiting for you, Claire," the figure said, and his voice was a whisper in his ears, as if it came from everywhere at the same time. Claire tried to move, but her feet were unresponsive. Shadows seemed to surround her, whispering promises of despair and eternal suffering. The figure slowly approached, and as it did, Claire felt a pressure in her chest, as if air was being sucked out of her lungs. "The whisperer is closer than you think," the figure said, his voice now deep and guttural. "And you are the key. You have to decide, Claire, to be part of us or to be consumed by us." Shadows began to take hold of her, filling her with a sense of utter helplessness. The hours passed more and more slowly for Claire, caught in the whirlwind of despair and fear that surrounded Millstone Hospital. After her terrifying experience in the shadows, something had changed in her. It wasn't just the perception of the place that made her uneasy, but a sense of inevitability that was beginning to take hold of her mind. What had he really discovered? The hospital wasn't just a psychiatric treatment facility, but a cursed place, designed to accommodate something much bigger and darker, something that had been lurking in the shadows for generations. It was on one of her last days of research that Claire began to uncover fragments of the hospital's past, fragments that had never been documented in official reports. While going through some old files in the records room, he came across a series of letters addressed to Millstone's early directors. The letters, written in an urgent tone, spoke of necessary sacrifices, beings from another dimension, and the covenant that must be fulfilled. In them, a man named Cyrus Millstone, the hospital's founder, was mentioned as the central figure in a dark ritual that had begun decades before the hospital's official opening. The name Cyrus Millstone, which up until that point had been just a name in the records, began to take on a much scarier meaning. Claire discovered that not only had he founded the hospital as an institution to treat mental illness, but he had also been involved in occult practices, seeking through human sacrifice to open a door into the unknown. The connection between the hospital and the current murders began to become clearer. The ritual that Cyrus Millstone had begun had never ended, and sacrifices were necessary to complete it. It was a never-ending cycle of life, death, and resurrection, in which the inmates played a crucial role as victims and vehicles for the evil that lurked within the walls of Millstone. Claire was terrified to discover that her own investigation had been guided by the same dark force controlled the hospital. As I went through more files, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, but the resulting image was much scarier than I had imagined. The patients at the hospital were not just victims of the mental disorder. Some of them were direct descendants of those involved in the early rituals. One of those patients, who had previously gone unnoticed, was Robert Millstone, a man who was confined in one of the most isolated cells in the hospital. Robert Millstone, according to records, was a distant relative of Cyrus, a direct descendant of the founding family, who had come to the institution as a patient years earlier. Their diagnoses ranged from schizophrenia to multiple personality disorder, but Claire soon realized that her story was much more tied to the fate of the hospital than she had thought. Robert was the missing link, the key to understanding the cycle of sacrifices and trapped souls that revolved around him. There was something in his lineage that connected him to ritual, something that could not be ignored. Determined to face the truth, Claire asked for a meeting with Robert Millstone. He knew that he was no ordinary patient, that his mental illness was only a superficial layer that hid the true nature of his being. When she entered Robert's cell, the man stared at her with empty eyes, as if he already knew what was going to happen. There was no fear on his face, just a strange calmness that made him even more disturbing. "You know what's going on here, don't you?" asked Robert, his voice soft but charged with an inexplicable intensity. "This hospital, it wasn't created to save people. It was created to catch them. We are all doomed, even you." Robert's words left Claire frozen. There was no doubt that he knew something that she didn't yet fully understand. Throughout the conversation, he told her about the pact his ancestor had sealed, a pact that required blood to free a dark entity that had been trapped in the hospital since its founding. Robert saw himself as a kind of offspring of evil, someone whose existence was intertwined with Millstone's fate. He himself was a piece of the puzzle, and although he seemed to be completely insane, his words had a tone of unshakable truth. Robert's rise to power within the hospital had not been accidental. The rituals that were carried out not only involved blood sacrifices, but also the transfer of souls and dark powers. The patients most affected by the rituals were chosen by their lineage, as if somehow their bodies were receptacles for souls trapped by the original covenant. Claire began to understand that not only were the interns being used, but that some of them were key to maintaining the power of the hospital, which fed on these trapped souls. Human sacrifices were only part of the process. What really mattered was the transfer of power. The revelation was devastating. Not only had Claire been investigating a series of isolated murders, but she had been searching for answers to an ancient curse that had infiltrated the walls of the hospital. Each death, each murder, was not only aimed at an immediate end, but was one more step towards the liberation of the entity that had been called the Whisperer, the being that had been controlling the minds and bodies of the inmates for generations. If he failed to stop the cycle, not only would Millstone be trapped in darkness forever, but the evil that inhabits him could break free and spread beyond the walls of the hospital. Claire finally understood that the only way to break the cycle was to confront the source of evil directly. But to do so, he would have to cut through the same shadows he had been avoiding. He would have to descend into the depths of darkness, face the horrors that had brewed in the hospital since its earliest days. He knew that the battle to save the inmates, and perhaps even the world, depended on his ability to understand the scope of the pact that Cyrus Millstone had sealed. The key was in Robert, in the final connection between the past and the present, and Claire would have to make a decision that would put not only her life, but her soul at stake. As she left Robert's cell, a thought tormented her. The hospital had been built on the ashes of an ancient evil, but now that he had discovered the truth, what could he do to prevent the whole thing from falling apart? The horrors that had been unleashed on Millstone could only be stopped by an even greater sacrifice. A sacrifice Claire wasn't sure she was willing to make. Was she really prepared to face what the hospital demanded? Or would he become yet another victim, trapped by Millstone's eternal shadows? 10. The last gasp. The pressure at Millstone Hospital had become unbearable. Time seemed to crumble in that place, as if the walls themselves were about to collapse. Claire had reached the end of her research, but the answers she had found had only opened up more questions. In her mind, the pieces of the puzzle were finally falling into place, but what they discovered wasn't something she could simply solve with logic or force. Confronting what was happening there meant not only braving the darkness, but it also meant confronting the very evil that had been operating from the foundations of Millstone. Claire knew the end was near, but the feeling of being caught between two worlds, between life and death, was consuming her. The spirits that haunted the hospital were not mere shadows, but vengeful souls, trapped in an eternal cycle that could only be broken with the release of the Whisperer. This entity, which had been summoned generations ago, had found a way into the bodies of the inmates, and Claire was their ultimate goal. She was the missing piece to complete the dark ritual that would usher in the entity. As spirits whispered her name in every corner, Claire realized she couldn't escape. The only way to stop evil was to face it face to face. The figure of Robert Millstone had been haunting his thoughts for days. The man who had been used as a pawn in his ancestors' game was now the key piece in freeing the Whisperer. But what Claire hadn't foreseen was the degree of manipulation Robert had been subjected to. His will had been overridden by the entity, and now, fully possessed, Robert was nothing more than a conduit through which the Whisperer could communicate with the physical world. His eyes, which had once shown despair, now shone with a dark light, as if evil itself was looking through him. When Claire confronted Robert for the last time, the transformation was evident. He was not the broken, lost man I had known, but a powerful, dark, and dangerous presence. "You know what you have to do, Claire?" Robert whispered, his voice now ripped and distorted. "Your soul is the ultimate ingredient. Without you, the ritual will never be completed. You are the key." The last piece of the puzzle Millstone began to build. "Come and open the door for us all." The laughter that followed those words was terrifying, filled with an echo that echoed in every corner of the hospital, an echo that seemed to come from the very depths of the bowels of the earth. Claire, caught between desperation and the need to find a way out, took a step back. How could I stop it? How could he fight against such an ancient and powerful entity? But something inside her began to awaken. Robert's words echoed what she had discovered about the hospital, about the original pact that Cyrus Millstone had made. If he couldn't stop it any other way, then he would have to break the pact, face what had been trapped in the shadows for so long. The price, however, would be high, but there was no other option. As the shadows began to close in around her, Claire ran down the aisle, where the original rituals had taken place. The walls seemed throbbing, as if the hospital itself was alive and aware of what was happening. In the center of the altar, Robert's body began to levitate, and his face twisted into an expression of agony. "Do it!" he shouted from inside his mind, the voice of the Whisperer echoing in his ears. "Your sacrifice is what will set us free." The whispers grew louder, almost unbearable, as if the very foundations of the hospital were being torn apart by the force of the ritual. Claire, however, did not back down. She had come too far to give up. He knew he had to destroy the covenant, but to do so, he had to divest himself of all that was left of his humanity, dragging his soul into the abyss itself. He stood in the center of the altar, closing his eyes as the murmurs of the shadows turned into a deafening cacophony. With a last breath, he spoke the words he had read in the ancient archives, words of power, words that would seal the fate of all present. The walls began to creak, the air became thick and warm, and a blinding light enveloped the entire hospital. For a brief moment, Claire felt as if she was being ripped from her body. Shadows surrounded her, whispering promises of death and darkness, but she did not waver. He knew he was sacrificing his soul to break the cycle that had kept Millstone imprisoned in the dark. Through the blinding light, Claire sensed a presence behind her, a figure slowly forming from the shadows. The Whisperer. His face was a deformed mass of flesh and shadows, but his eyes shone with infinite malice. "You have done it," the entity whispered, "but you can't escape what you've unleashed." The ground beneath Claire's feet shook violently, and the hospital began to crumble. The walls cracked, and the lights flickered. At that moment, Claire understood what she had done. He had destroyed the pact, but the price was high. The spirits trapped in the hospital were released, and the evil that had been held back for so long began to fade, but not without leaving an indelible mark on Claire's psyche. She had vanquished the Whisperer, but her soul had been lost in the process. The darkness began to yield to the light, and Millstone Hospital, once imposing and terrifying, began to crumble into ruins. Claire fell to the ground, exhausted and broken, as the last shadows faded. The silence that followed was absolute, but his heart was still pounding. His breathing was heavy and short. He knew he had stopped the evil, but he also knew that his life would never be the same again. "You have freed everyone," said a soft voice, coming from the shadows that were already beginning to fade. Claire looked up and saw a familiar figure, a spirit of one of the inmates who had been caught up in the cycle. "Thank you," he whispered. "Now we can rest." Claire smiled weakly, but the smile was fleeting. As the ruins of Millstone disintegrated around her, Claire realized that although she had freed the others, she could never free herself from Millstone's shadows.